Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great week. We are here with the 7th day of the WGL APAC-ASIA Gold Series. My name is Susie Kim, this is Wolf Schroeder, and we are here once again to bring you some more tanks.
Some really great tanks coming at you guys tonight. Team efficiency will really be tested yet again, and it's a really unique night because as far as I believe, we don't have any doubleheaders tonight, so it's all unique teams, no teams repeating, so no teams have time to kind of study one team and then play against them after they've played against someone else.
Absolutely, but before we get into today's matches, let's go ahead with the overview of this season. So, in case you guys are tuning in just now, the schedule is started on November 26th. Going to go all the way until February 4th. Like we said before, today is day number 7. We have plenty of tanks to come. It's only December now, so we have a whole nother month before we get to the finals. But tournament structure, it's a best of 9 with the 4 maps instead of the 2 like last season.
Yeah, it's going to be the same attack defense rules as we had last season. Of course, with 4 maps instead of 2 for, more variety, I guess you could say. Battle times have moved up to 10 minutes, so a little bit longer of a fight for the defense side, to kind of figure things out. They have to hang in there a little bit longer, and we're going up to a tank tier limit of 10. That puts us at 68 total points. We have a few new maps, and it'll be Cliff, Perovka, and Murovanka. And 3 points for a win, 2 points winning and a tiebreaker, 1 point if you lose that tiebreaker, and 0 points if you lose straight up.
Yeah, and I think last week we actually had a match that went to tiebreaker, which was kind of cool. So let's go ahead and introduce to you the teams right now for the Gold Series this year. So we have EL Gaming, who have been proven to be the best team so far still. They are definitely top of the rankings right now. We have Horsemen, who are coming out today, Super Noobs today, Immortals today, and Team Efficiency and B Gaming. Wow, we've got a whole bunch of new teams.
Yeah, because we don't have a repeat team today, we get that extra team into today's lineup, which is really, really cool. All of these teams have played several matches already, so we're kind of getting to that halfway point. We're kind of figuring out where these teams are, where their points are, and how they're looking like going into this season performance-wise in our first part of this round robin.
Absolutely. So yeah, these are the teams that we have for this Gold Series. I mean, today's matchups, I'm super excited to watch. So let's go ahead and talk about the matchups for today. First game, like Wolf had said, Team Efficiency versus B Gaming.
B Gaming will be playing twice. I was wrong. Oh, I was sworn I was right.
Oh, I think we're always going to have a doubleheader.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I'm looking at it like there's only 5 teams playing, though. I've only seen 5 for today. So yeah, B Gaming playing twice. But again, they just came out with an interview on the Wargaming website, saying that they did replace members of their team. And so it's they're trying to find that synergy again. They're trying to get back up there. They're not as good as the other Japanese team, Karen Tigers, right now, but they are very proud of the fact that they made 3rd place last season. So we're going to have to see how well they do. And yeah, first game versus Team Efficiency, it's going to be a big test for them.
Yeah, and then B Gaming will then go on to face Horsemen, who defeated Karen Tigers in tiebreaker, took 3 games off of EL Gaming, so they're looking really on point right now. And then our final map of the night, the final maps will be between the Immortals, who looked strong last season, and Super Noobs, who are kind of coming out of nowhere this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Super Noobs looks super strong, really, and so last game of the evening should be pretty good, Wolf.
Yeah, I have to agree. So, I mean, all of the matches today could go the distance. They could be closer ones than some of the ones we've seen. I feel like the big test today is for Team Efficiency. They've struggled already so far this season. Can they actually defeat B Gaming with that new roster that doesn't seem to be quite as robust as what they had last season?
I don't know, but let's go ahead and introduce to you Team Efficiency. So, here's Team Efficiency. They're the same guys from last season. We have Death Skies, D-Juice, Dexter, Elite, Itis, Griffs, Maw. But then we have a whole bunch of new guys as well. Safi, Momiji, gosh, I can't write this. Sponsor, Skell, and Nomad. And so these guys, we've been seeing Nomad, Skell, and Safi play quite a bit so far. And yeah, I mean, again, I think this is a team that's trying to come together and gel a little bit better in terms of synergy and teamwork.
We've seen some really good plays out of Team Efficiency. The results don't always show their skill level. I mean, this is a really hard league, and they have really good strategies. Dexter pulling out a lot of cool strats, sometimes on the tier 8 tanks. D-Juice sometimes is doing the same. Deskai is coming in, actually playing more often this season. But looking at B Gaming, as you mentioned before, they changed up their roster quite a bit, but they still have those classics like 7mm, Taki, Karaya, Nipa, Tamati, those players that we saw last season perform so well.
Absolutely. And here's Samo and Tiltil Matil trying to really, fit in with the rest of the team. And again, with the new format, the tier 10 tanks, the different maps, I mean, a team really needs to be on the same page at all times to play together. I mean, that's 7 people trying to match up and be good.
Yeah. We saw Tamati, with some limited success just on Monday with Tank Destroyers. They played a tortoise composition on Himmelsdorf. They're really trying out new things. They're experimenting a lot, which I think is healthy in this time. Obviously, starting to win, though, is going to be important.
Absolutely. So, all right, for the first matchup, we do have our map list. We're going to start with Cliff, which has
Not
always
a tiebreaker.
I know. That's so weird. Okay, so we have Cliff, Steps, Ruinberg, and Ghost Town. You see Himmelsdorf is missing from this list.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual case. We do have Ghost Town in there if we get to it, and Mines will be our tiebreaker map if we get to that, so that should be fun. It's going to be exciting if you're newer to watching this league. We've only seen Cliff a few times, so maybe you can pick up some of the strategies from these Asian teams going to their first 2 games.
Absolutely, and like you said, Mines being the tiebreaker map, I'm not sure if we'll be able to see that, but Himmelsdorf missing from this, that's a big shocker for me.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that. Maybe B Gaming wanted to veto it out early on because they had some problems on that map on Monday. Not 100% sure who made that decision, but really unique to see that one out of the pool because we've seen it I think literally every time.
I think so too. I think we see it all the time. And remember, there's 8 maps, and then they go through a map veto. Each team goes ahead and picks the maps they want to use and veto, and so that's where we come down to. But you know what? Since we haven't seen Cliff all that much, let's go ahead and watch this little video clip of it.
Yep, Cliff is a map that is really interesting because in the games we've seen so far in the Asia Gold League series here, a lot of battles take place right in the center of the map around some rocky terrain, some cliffs, if you will. Not usually on the edges, not usually in that little area of buildings, with these little cottages. It's more about these cliffs. It's almost like you see a tactical brawl, similar to how the brawling occurs on Mines in the early game. In the center of the map, if you see that little area that looks kind of like a C, around that area, there's a lot of different places where these tanks will actually, fight each other.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Using a chokehold, trying to get control of that middle part of the map is very important. And like you said, the terrain is very, very crucial to the strategy that the teams will use.
Now, similar to Lakeville, we have seen some teams try to sneak a tank or 2 around the far right side or the far left side. Unfortunately, those pathways are easily blocked because they are narrow choke points and their roads are very exposed if you try to drive down that. Usually it's the tier 8 tank, usually a T-54 lightweight that tries to sneak around that, sometimes a 1390. But the big fights are always taking place with usually E5s and object tanks right in the middle.
Right. And so, yeah, we can see the 2 base capture points, one to the north, one over to the waterfront. And I mean, it's usually going to be that one that's contested, the one over on the right-hand side here on your map, because...
Yeah, just by proximity, going to the one to the north is very difficult to get tanks over there. And from the games we've seen, again, in this league, we have not seen any games on this map end by base capture, or even, I don't think we've even seen a tank get into the base capture because those fights always occur. They're very short games. It's like what we saw last season at the beginning of the season with on Steps, where it's just like constant fighting early on.
All right. Well, it's kind of like Mines where they try to contest that middle mine, like the high ground area. So it's kind of similar in that sense for Cliffs. But if you get there and you can sit in the chokehold, the game can go kind of long as well. But yeah, so we're gonna wait for these 2 teams to pick their tanks, and I think they're almost ready. We're just gonna get the cue from them. I mean, team efficiency here, they've really been unlucky.
They really have.
All season long so far. How do you think they'll fare today?
I think this is their best chance so far, especially because B Gaming's working with a little bit of a new roster. They even said in their interview, as best as I could have gotten that translated, that they're struggling with their new roster. They feel like they're somewhat rivals of Karen Tiger. They want to build a new solid team, but a few pieces are missing. They're still, they trust their new players, but they haven't built that strong base of communication. Whereas I've seen, I feel like personally, team efficiency looks stronger than last season. Their new players are really pulling their weight. And I feel like they have a promising season here. Unfortunately, they haven't won any matches yet, so I think this is their first chance to kind of get the ball rolling.
Right. I mean, they played against, Karen Tigers and EL Gaming in the beginning.
Yeah, that's
that's pretty rough for any team to go ahead and face. But I think we are ready, so let's head into set number 1. Here we go, guys. Welcome to Cliff. This is set number 1, Team Efficiency versus B Gaming, and it looks like Team Efficiency will be on the attack first.
Now, taking a look at these tanks right away, you will notice that they are dominated by Object 140s. We do have 2 Object 430s on the side of B Gaming. Bat Chat and a 50B on Team Efficiency side for autoloaders, only 1 Bat Chat on B Gaming's. And when it comes to the Tier 9s, we're going to see both sides rolling 2 T54s. Now, obviously, this is usually a brawl, but it's a more tactical brawl. It's not just about focus firing and aiming. It's about positioning and high ground, low ground, these rock faces. So having these Object 140s allows you to get to that location very quickly.
Yeah, the Object 140s, I mean, they're super low to the ground, and especially with the rear turrets. Like, do you think it's a benefit for them to have that instead of the more T54s?
Well, I think like it's definitely, I personally think so, yes. But I think the T54s do make sense as well. I'm a bit surprised I don't see any, hold that thought, we're getting right into this.
Look at this, everyone meeting right in the middle, like we said, using this, the chokehold middle part as a huge battleground. Everyone's just gonna go into it. This is a brawl and a half.
Now, Super Hiroshi is in a really good position, so is Ma. Notice the autoloaders are always going to want to stay on the outside on the high ground where they can just get free pot shots onto opposing sides. And this has been a pretty even trade so far for both teams.
It really has been. Everyone's pretty much, I know, there's just shells everywhere. Man, Velveeta would be very happy with this.
Oh, I haven't heard that one since last season. That's a good one. But B Gaming, it looks like, is starting to get the better end of this just simply by numbers. Hit points are very similar, but they have more kills, which is giving them an overwhelming firepower advantage right now.
Absolutely. Momiji just gets surrounded. That's the word. I'm looking for surrender right now, aren't I? Team Efficiency down to 3 tanks left. B Gaming still has 4. Oh, I wanted to say 4 earlier, but Nipa with the 41 with 0 HP now. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be now an actual 2v2. But the question is, how is this going to work out with a 50B and a T54 versus an Object 430, which is going to have so much more firepower in the longer fight. And Super Hiroshi, who's well positioned, now coming in with full shells available, is going to be able to take out Nomad, and now they should be able to focus down Skell on a Tier 9 54.
Yeah, I mean, he might get lucky and take out Super Hiroshi before he dies, but he does not. And B Gaming takes a very quick game number 1.
And that's how Cliffs has been played basically on the Asian server, on the Asian League especially as well. Just these fights, these brawls, the most important thing is, where are your autoloaders? Are they able to get those free shots? Super Hiroshi was left alone to do incredible damage from the sidelines. And, that's the kind of thing that really, really matters, because if you can get that burst damage off, you can finish the tanks off, which is what really ended up winning the game for B Gaming there. Is, even though if you look at the hit points, it's like 4,900 to 4,888 or something, it's like very close.
Right.
If it's 7 tanks that are low in health but still alive, the firepower advantage is just incredible, and that's what B Gaming utilized to win.
All right, well, B Gaming is now going to be on the attack, and seeing how Game 1 ended, how they were able to just run in there and kill off Team Efficiency, do you think we'll see the same sort of tactic?
I think we'll see basically the same sort of thing for both teams. What'll be really interesting to see is which tanks get switched, if any at all. And that'll let you know, like, if it's a stylistic choice for these two teams, or more like a attack or defense composition that they're running.
Right.
And there's just not a lot of data, to be quite frank, from Asia about this map yet. I think this is the 4th game overall being played on it now. So that was the 4th game. The next game will be the 5th game. So there's very little to go by at this point. And I think these teams are not as comfortable with this map, even though it's an older map. It wasn't in the pool last season. So some of these teams are still figuring this map out. And sometimes the easiest way to figure a map out is to just meet in the middle and start firing.
And duke it out?
Yeah.
I guess so. One thing I noticed is that Dexa is missing from the lineup for Team Efficiency. He's definitely one of the captains, and I would assume one of the shot callers for the team, and not sure how that's going to what kind of disadvantage that'll give Team Efficiency here.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good point. But as the game is loading up now, it looks like we're going to jump into that in just a moment.
Yes, we are. Let's get into game number 2. All right. After a very quick game number 1, let's get into game number 2. And this time we have B Gaming on the attack.
So the 50B is now out of the equation. It's been replaced on Team Efficiency side with an STB1, which I really do like on this map. It's going to give you that frontal firepower. They're also bringing an RU-251, which means they're going to have a little bit more scouting power. I don't know if that'll end up mattering in a 7v7, but something to keep in mind. Whereas B Gaming is running almost the same composition, just trading one of their 140s for an STB1, which again, I do really like. So similar composition for the two teams overall.
All right, well here you can see B Gaming is going a different route. They're going to take the road to the left, just coming all the way down, and poor Safi, he's going to get caught out by an entire team, and now he can run back to the rest of his teammates, let them know what's going on. This is really interesting. They are still going to meet in the middle, but they took a different road to get there.
Super Hiroshi playing really risky, and I can't really say I agree with his choice to go up on that path alone. Even though the bat chat is quick, it is very, very weak. He can almost trade 1-for-1 with the opposing bat chat of Ma, but unfortunately he is going to go down without doing so. But 7mm gets him.
All right, well both of the bat shots are gone. That's out of the equation.
Which means no more autoloaders on the map. So positioning is going to be even more important in these battles between these object tanks and the T-54s. You need to make sure you rotate to protect each other from, the opposing object fire. And there's never going to be someone who just kind of sits on the sideline and takes chunks out of your hit point.
All right, this is interesting. So now the game has slowed down just a little bit. Team Efficiency going to find the perfect positioning for themselves to be able to defend this little cliff, if you will. I don't want to say cliff. It's like a little mound, I guess.
Yeah, it's a little chunk of land.
Yeah, and I like that B Gaming, they're going to take it a little bit slower as well. See if they can either eliminate their opponents or possibly you think they'll actually go and try to capture a base?
It's possible that they could go for a base capture. The base capture that's most open right now is base capture number 1 because of the way they've controlled the map. But because they're up against so many object 140s, or just object tanks in general, I think that the path to cover that base would be, it wouldn't be too hard to get over there.
Okay.
I think they're just gonna slowly move that way.
I think so too. They're just they're gonna abandon the middle point, make it look like they're leaving. As of right now, Team Efficiency has no idea where the rest of B Gaming are. And yeah, you guys can see here as a pack, they're gonna move up north towards base capture number 1.
It's really interesting that they only leave the RU-251 there and they kind of move away from this location.
Oh, be careful, Safi. He was sitting there waiting to see. Now he can just be like, guys, come up to base capture 1.
Yeah, that's what he's going to tell his teammates now, and they need to hustle because this base capture is very vulnerable right now. It looks like B Gaming also is unaware of how well defended it is. Otherwise, they'd be charging in right now to take control.
Right, and here we go. We have 2 object 140s heading down. They're going to see, they obviously know that Tamati is over there. If they can take him out at least, that would be an incredible advantage for Team Efficiency.
Man, Tamati is like a mad scientist. He does his own thing. He breaks the rules. He's like the guy who goes solo. He's the lone wolf of this team.
Wow, he dropped from that cliff and didn't take any damage. Good for him.
He's really playing this quite well. He got a huge vantage point from that, and now it can help his team single out these last 2 tanks.
That was quite interesting.
Ooh, I don't know if Nomad actually wants to go down there right now.
I think he kind of. To me, it looked like he fell. I'm not too sure about that, but
ooh, and Momiji taking a bit of fall damage himself.
Yeah, B Gaming. Heading up to 1, trying to lure everyone up there, and then coming back around to the middle. That was very smart.
Yeah, and this all just goes back to Tamati's positioning, getting all that extra vision and drawing those 2 tanks away where they can be surrounded.
All right, now here comes the brawl again, as each team just throwing shells at one another. They're taking shots. We have Skell, who is down very, very low. I think he's going to be one of the next ones to fall. Here we go. Skell goes down. Sponsor goes down. And this is the beginning of the end for Team Efficiency for set number 2, it seems.
Starts to look that way. A few of the tanks of B Gaming very, very low. In fact, Nipa does fall. But if you look at the positioning here, they have to fire uphill, basically, to get any ground here. Safi on an RU-251, the only one that can go up the hill quickly, but he's going to regret it if he does because he's on that tier 8. Nomad is probably going to be focused down next.
Yeah, that would probably be... I mean, Safi coming up, he is a quick tank, but at this point, at tier 8, what I don't see how he's going to be able to do enough damage onto Samo.
Yeah. B Gaming is on the attack, so it is up to them to finish the job, but they have a lot of time to work with still here.
They absolutely do. Team Efficiency, if they can hold on for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, possibly they can win the round, but at this point, I don't see that happening. Nomad really needs to be careful. He's in a prime position to be focused down, and I think that's what they're going to go and try to do. Let's get rid of Safi first. One more shot. There we go. And Nomad is going to be... Oh, no, Death Skies.
Looks like they're kind of surrounding both as Matil blocks here. And Nomad will be the final player to fall. Down he goes, and B Gaming will take both cliff maps, taking a 2-0 lead.
They sure did. That was actually pretty quick. Very smart. I liked how they tried to head up to base capture number 1 and then lure everyone up there and then just kind of come back and try to get that contested zone to their favor. And
yeah,
I think they did that.
And without Tamati, it would have felt kind of random and chancy and let's hope they're not there or let's try to bait them, but we're not really sure what's going on. But with Tamati up there on the high ground, he has so much vision. And the way he's facing on an STB1, its armor is strongest at the front. And you're facing mostly object tanks. There's no like IS-7s. There's no autoloaders left anymore. You know that both Batshats are dead. So you're in a position where only objects are going to fire at you. You can take a shot or two directly at the front. And still be okay, and he gets a lot of vision. He draws those 2 tanks there. Then he just slips down the slide, which he's clearly, well practiced at doing because he didn't take any fall damage.
No, he did not.
Whereas one of the 2 tanks that was chasing him did. The other one, which was Nomad, I believe, I think appeared to have mistakenly fall, which then got him caught, and they got surrounded, and then it was just a huge, huge victory.
It was just a positioning mistake, and so all right. Well, next map, Steps. Again, another map that we've seen before, lots of brawls happening where they'll just kind of meet in the middle and shoot at each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what's been happening this season. We saw at the beginning of last season it was all about the brawls. I mean, almost every time, EL leading the charge, quite literally, with that meta. But then towards the end of the season, we saw tanks, sometimes even running IS-3s, moving in slowly, and then everything got really slow on Steps, and we had a lot of timeouts.
Yeah.
But I think that meta still isn't quite figured out, so people are more comfortable to just simply 7v7 fight or try to use mobile tanks rather than using strategy.
Possibly, and we've been seeing the pushing the tank up to the mountainside up north.
Sometimes work out okay, sometimes not so
Not
good.
so much, but we'll have to see what these teams decide to do as we head into game number 3. All right, game number 3. This is set number. Set number 3, but first set on Steps. Team Efficiency versus B Gaming. B Gaming has taken 2 games now, and Team Efficiency will attack once again.
Yep, Team Efficiency on the attack with a composition of all Object 140s and 2 autoloaders, and we have 2 STBs instead of that Batshat for B Gaming.
Wow. I feel like this is going to be a quicker game. We have a lot of the faster tanks, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, look at this. B Gaming, they're going to go ahead and try to do the push the tank up the hill strategy.
Yeah, and what's interesting is this time they don't allocate Tamati to this role, but in fact put Super Hiroshi up to the task. And we've seen this, again, work a lot more successfully on the defense. We saw Karen Tigers try this on the attack to no avail, in fact. But Super Hiroshi will successfully get up here, it appears.
Be careful.
He's turning a lot. Okay,
yes.
he's got it.
Okay, he's got it. Okay, so now we have Super Hiroshi up on the hill where it's going to be hard for anyone to get to him. While if you look on the mini map here, we see that Samo, oh, there you go. Samo keeping an eye out, making sure that, everyone is safe right now.
Yeah.
And here we go, yeah.
So it looked like compositionally that this was going to be a very quick game, but in fact, that's not how B Gaming wants to play this. They want to play it slower, at least from the get-go. And Super Hiroshi is climbing the mountain. He's going to have the highest vantage point. And the STB is actually not very accurate over a long distance. So this is an interesting choice to put that tank up there.
It is. It's very unreliable over the long range, but it does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So if in the case it does hit, I mean, I guess it would be beneficial.
And it's also pretty safe up there. Even if someone spots it or gets the idea, oh, there's a tank up there, maybe we can just focus it down. It can take a shot or two before it needs to move out of its position. So the idea makes sense.
Team efficiency going ahead and they're going towards the southern part to their original spawn area. And I'm not sure why. It's almost like they want to take the long way around to see if they can get over to capture point number 2 over in D8.
Yeah. Well,
I just feel like they're kind of not wasting time, but they're all grouping up together back at their spawn site.
it almost makes me feel like there's some discussion going on right now.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like there's a plan formed already. It's a kind of, let's, as you can see, take some test shots and see what we can connect with. Let's see what happens. And so far unsuccessful, but they are firing into common hiding places for a 1390. You know, a 1390 might be in any of these bushes, so I think they're trying to get a free kill off of just simply checking those reliable bushes where those tanks, those 1390s hide all the time.
Unfortunately, there's no one there, and so obviously Team Efficiency have figured that out. So Spawnster probably knows that he's being aimed at right now as things around him are exploding. But yeah, so far nobody has connected. There's Spawnster.
His sixth sense goes off.
Yep.
He's able to avoid fire. He's got this little pimple, or what, I don't know what to call it. This little tiny bump next to him that he can hide behind. That's very safe. It does, of course, affect his ability to fire back, but that's not his plan right now. That's not his goal. He's just trying to ascertain the situation a bit further.
Okay, well, 6 minutes and 27 seconds left, and this game is being played very carefully. But I do wonder for Team Efficiency how they're going to take this and push, because they need to, obviously.
Yeah. Well, Skell is moving down in that little valley.
Yep, he's on the main road all by himself. I don't know how good of an idea that is right now, but
Starts to make me wonder if they want to threaten a multi-tank capture on capture point number 1 while they're doing something on the east side.
Oh, so maybe, or I'm thinking right now, Skell being bait, he's going to try to bring out members of B Gaming while the other Object 140s are going to hold their ground and see if they could focus fire from afar.
You know, that's a good point. I mean, obviously there is that one Object 140 up high on that cliff as well to help support. And Samo goes down.
Samo does go down, and that is going to be the first kill. Team Efficiency just trying one by one, very tactically wants to eliminate B
That
Gaming.
was clearly what they were looking for the whole time, especially with those blind shots across the map. They were looking in the bushes, you know, where is Samo? Let's try to find him.
All right, well, Safi decides to start the base capture, but does get hit. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to sit this one through, but you know what? He is the only other, they're at an advantage. They have all 7 tanks right now.
Yeah, and at the C3 capture here, you know, if they can get multiple tanks in here as this becomes a scary situation, they do have 2 tanks nearby. As this base capture gets down to like 50, that becomes a very worrisome scenario for B Gaming. They're going to have to bring more tanks over that location where they might be vulnerable.
Yep, we see here, everyone is in a very defensive position now. B Gaming, just all along that ridge, they're going to hold their ground and try to counter what Team Efficiency is bringing to the table.
And they have a lot of time still on that base capture. The only worrying time is when a second tank or a third tank, even that would be crazy, gets into that capture. We are getting to that 50-second mark. But for B Gaming, one of the more peace of mind sort of things to note is that the actual game time is down to now 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Tamati taking a big shot.
Oh, that is a big shot, and he's going to get blown up. Yep, there he goes.
And Team Efficiency takes a 3,000 hit point lead, a 2-tank lead.
Oh, Safi does get hit. He was down to 36 seconds, but he's going to have to... he couldn't even get out of the base capture. But at this point, Team Efficiency is definitely at an advantage here. Nipa being shot at from very far away.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think personally, having Super Hiroshi up on the hill was not successful in this particular game.
I like this. I like how Skell is luring these two tanks to come out and play, basically, as the rest of Team Efficiency. They're just going to stay way far and focus fire them down. And their plan is working.
Yeah, and Super Hiroshi has no legs to stand on now. He can't come down and support the rest of his teammates, the rest being 2 teammates on 2 140s. And, you know, I mean, B Gaming is now relegated to basically doing hit and runs to try to survive for 3 minutes, and I just don't think that is going to happen.
This is amazing. Spawnster has done an incredible job of staying alive. Skell and Spawnster both, they have been, all they're doing is baiting out B Gaming, and they've done such a good job of it. Spawnster, you've done your job. You can die now. It's totally fine. 7mm does go down, and it looks like it is 2 members left of B Gaming. Make that 1. Super Hiroshi all the way up on the hill.
He just came down, but now he's coming down to die.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do at this point, and Super Hiroshi is just going to die a slow death as shells hit every part of his tank.
That's right, every single part of it. Gonna get that last part. Come on, Nomad. Yeah, just on his shin. That's where he needed it.
Perfect. We talk about tanks if they're like human beings.
That's right. The turret's the head. The right or left side of the treads can either be the shin or the knee, depending on which part you want to think of it as.
All right. Well, Team Efficiency playing that very, very tactically. I like that a lot. And they were able to take game number 3.
Well, as Super Hiroshi died a slow and painful death as the last tank, I feel this strategy to push tanks up the hill may die a slow and painful death, as we've not seen it have as much success this season as it did last season with different tanks. It takes a lot longer to get those heavier tanks up the hill. Even if they are mediums that you're pushing up there, it still takes a long time. It allows your opponent to get a good setup on you while you're pushing it up there. Other disadvantages are that tank is missing should a brawl occur and that tank's out of range. We had an STB up on the hill, which doesn't have a lot of accuracy, so Super Hiroshi wasn't able to get much support damage done. I personally worry for teams that are continuing to use this strategy, because I just don't, I think that positioning yourself on the ground is a much better option overall. But that's not to take away from what Team Efficiency did. Their tactics were good. They looked for that 1390 pick and they found it, and that was the first step.
Yeah, and I also really like the fact that they just stayed really far behind. They decided not to go for the, you know, full-on face brawl. They decided they're going to go ahead and pick off tanks from afar, and that really worked out to their advantage as they just sent 1 or 2 tanks in, lure them out, and focus fire them down. I really like that tactic.
Yeah, it was basically a bait and switch, you know, sort of a tactic, and it really, really worked well. And Super Hiroshi was not able to give adequate cover fire from the high ground. So I'm wondering now, the big question I think on everybody's mind is Team Efficiency going to send an STB1 up to the top of the hill? Are they going to send that up there? Are they going to, you know, mirror what we just saw fail for B Gaming?
I really hope not. I mean, like you said, we haven't really seen the you know, tank on the hill strategy work out, and I felt like that tank was just kind of completely out of the game the entire round, and so it essentially was a 6v7, and B Gaming really didn't get any benefit out of that. So hopefully Team Efficiency learns from that and decides not to do it, but we think the next game is loaded, so let's get into game number 4. Okay, welcome back, guys. Set number 4, Team Efficiency versus B Gaming, and now B Gaming going to be on the attack.
Looking at these tank lineups, 2 STB1s for Team Efficiency, and for B Gaming they're running a Bashat, but no STB1s whatsoever.
Yeah, and no...
and no pushing up the hill.
No pushing up the hill, I hope not. They are all moving out into the map, so whew, that's a good thing.
Look at these tanks going at full speed.
I know.
Getting
right?
some air on those tanks.
Wow. Already, we could see team efficiency. They're just, they've got a mission. Almost feel like they want to go and meet B Gaming head on, but no, they're going to stop near base capture number 2 and hold their ground. Already, 7mm taking some shots over skill, does lose some HP.
Yeah, and this is a formation that is arguably better for team efficiency, but the accuracy has been good for B Gaming. They're using 7mm to get some more vision before they really walk into things. Ma taking a shot as well somehow. Oh, it was Tamati, got that connected.
Yep, he was sitting in a bush trying to hide, but apparently they saw you, dude. Be careful.
This map is, like, everyone knows this map so well by now that all the bushes where 1390s hide are just, they're always under fire. They're always under pressure.
They need to find new bushes to hide in.
They need to plant new bushes. They need to change the map, and then people will find new places.
Okay, B Gaming all grouping up together here. I think they're kind of seeing what they can do. Maybe a tactic that's similar to what Team Efficiency did in the first game, but I'm not sure how I feel about them all being together like this. It just makes it easier for Team Efficiency to target them down.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in a sense it does, but with the formation, the arc that we saw from Team Efficiency, it's much easier to break a formation like that when you come in together and hit it at its weakest point, and these tanks show themselves one by one rather than trying to go into a concave. But obviously Team Efficiency does reorganize themselves as they realize the push is coming that way.
Yes, they sure do. I mean, right now, Ma by himself, he's going to try to scout out and give a different perspective and angle for his team. As rest of B Gaming, they're gonna trudge on to where the team is. I think base capture number 2 is a very popular spot.
Yeah. Well, Ma is taking a few shots, but it reveals himself. Tamati finds him. Tamati is dangerous.
He really is.
Guys takes a shot as well, and a huge advantage to Team Efficiency right now, not only in tanks, but also the health of their tanks.
Yep, and yeah, I feel like this whole area, base capture 2, is soon going to be a crazy crossfire zone. Both teams a little hesitant to go in and start, spraying shells all over the place, but it's gonna happen, Wolf. It's gonna happen.
It is, in fact. And Sponster and Nomad are kind of leading the charge. A good position here. It's almost like a surround for Team Efficiency. Let's see if their focus firing. If their focus firing is good, they should be able to turn this around. But so far, it's been a bit all over the place. Look, Safi, Skell, Nomad, and Sponsor are all shooting at 4 different tanks, whereas they could have been focusing on Nipa, who was their obvious target.
And now Nomad is down. Safi has taken quite a bit of damage as well. And yeah, right now they just need to focus up, pick a tank, and shoot at it.
Yeah, and pick the weak tank at least to finish him off. No one has finished off Nomad, and he's the closest target.
He
right
really
at the
is. All right, well, Safi does go down. Skell, in fact, is going to get focus fired down. I think B Gaming has figured it out. We should do this. They're not doing it to us. Let's go ahead and pick them off one by one. Death Skies is the next to bite the dust. And Sponster, where are you, dude? They're just gonna come find you. Don't hide. Here we go.
Trying to find 7mm. He thought it was a rock. He's like, oh my god, that's 7mm. He gets him.
Oh no!
That's gonna be the last he gets.
Yep, and that's going to be the end of the round. B Gaming goes ahead and takes game number 4.
And now we're moving into our third map, which is Ruinberg. So a really unique map pool that we've already seen today. 3 of our least popular maps this season making it in. I would love to see like a show match with Lakeville. Like please make it happen in the finals.
We really like
WGL,
Lakeville, guys.
please. Like just one game on Lakeville. I don't know. I think Lakeville was an interesting map. It had its problems, but it was really, I think it might have been tough for the pro gamers, but it was really fun to watch the strategies on that map. And EL Gaming was just like beautiful on that map. But I digress. I have to say, like, there were clear problems of communication in that fight. There was a surround, almost like an arc. They were down a tank, yes, I will give Team Efficiency that, but they had Nipa in the front. 1 or 2 shots would have finished him off, and then they could have focused somebody else down. Or if they're not shooting at Nipa, they need a target. We have 4 different tanks shooting 4 different targets. And B Gaming is out of position, and they're not doing that, and they still win the fight because they are focus firing, they're picking priority targets, and they're taking them out, and Team Efficiency was failing to do so.
I just feel like they got pretty flustered by the end. You know, everything was going their way, then it wasn't. And at that point, I think that's where they need to strengthen up a little bit, is to, even when times are tough, to be able to focus and, you know, at least finish off strong as you've begun.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think this is just again a trying time for Team Efficiency.
Yeah.
Mechanics-wise, I want to say they got better, and their strategies have massively improved. They just need to channel that strength.
Through.
Yeah, like that strength is there. Like I know they can do it, but it needs to be like channeled. And I guess I'm getting like a bit mystical or something right now, but I feel like they could absolutely, if there was just a little bit better communication. And I'm really sad Dexta is not here today because I feel like he'd be the guy, you know, making that happen.
Make it happen. Well, you know what? B Gaming looks a lot stronger today than they did last week as well. So that's a really good sign. I'm glad that they are getting together, finding that synergy, as they had said in the interview online, that, you know, they just need to keep practicing and incorporate the new members and make sure everyone knows that they're on the same page. So this is nice for B Gaming. I'm glad that they are starting off strong, and they're playing Horseman next. That's going to be pretty tough, but I think Ruinberg is loaded, and we are going to go ahead into set number 5. Welcome to Ruinberg, everyone. Team Efficiency versus B Gaming. B Gaming up 3 games to Team Efficiency's 1, and B Gaming going to attack first.
So we're starting to get some heavy tanks out here, as this map you know, has a lot more variety to its tanks. We have an IS-4 or Death Skies, who will most likely be watching that B5 capture point, the northern capture point. Whereas for B Gaming, they're running several 215Bs, just one Object 140. Of course, it's Taki on that, and then two T54s as well as that Batshot.
Okay, yeah. So again, this is already they're just shooting at one another. That Batshot was just coming straight down the middle of the road and trying to get some hits. But
and Super Hiroshi is so brave because he's such an important tank. And we saw him do this on Cliff as well, where he just kind of charges in and scouts. I'm like, man, if you die, this is bad news.
It is bad news. I like how B Gaming, they're going to stay on the outskirts of the city of Ruinberg, if you will, while members of Team Efficiency, they're in the little town over on the east side by E0. I like that little town.
Yeah, it's a quaint little
village.
Town. It's a bit ruined, but you know, it's got that vintage to it.
One might say it's Ruinberg.
Yeah, I mean the property value in the area has declined quite significantly since last season, but it's still a good place to hide out and watch and cover that.
I don't know how it's declined. It's actually the exact same state that we had left it last season.
Well, I mean, the housing market is complicated, Susie. We'll never know, but
we'll never know.
It's still a good place to cover that road along that zero pathway. The problem, of course, with their current formation is they didn't send anyone to the south, which means that B Gaming kind of encroached slowly across that location as well. But it's solid, and they leave actually the Batshot with the IS-4 to the north where no one is up there, so they might eventually, as they realize what's going on, rotate those tanks back down to give some more support.
Right. Well, Super Hiroshi does have its sixth sense gone off. But yeah, again, B Gaming playing it very patient. This is quite different from the B Gaming that we've been seeing last season.
Yeah, it is. But I'm liking it so far. Really, we have 2 new players in this lineup for B Gaming, which is Arsamo and Tiltil Matil, and they've both been pulling their weight quite well.
Yep.
Whereas for Team Efficiency, we have a ton of new members that we didn't see last season.
Yeah.
Including like Death Skies, who was here last season as more of maybe a management role, but we didn't really see him play that much.
Yep. So Maw and Death Skies are the only 2 names that we really recognize. And again, Dexta is not in the lineup today.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the 215Bs going to head in towards the base. See if they want to sit in it, lure out members of Team Efficiency, possibly.
Well, you know, with these 215Bs, the way their tank is shaped, with their kind of flat profile, they can kind of sit in here safely. I think they're kind of testing the waters right now. We have seen teams attempt this on this capture point to try to bait out a fight, and it looks like Team Efficiency is going to come out and try to take that fight.
I think so too. The 215Bs, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about them just kind of running that charge by themselves, but at this point it seems to be working. Skell is taking a ton of damage.
Enormous damage.
Yeah, and they're going to bring the fight to the village now.
It almost feels like an annexation of this territory. B-Gaming is like, this is mine now. I'm going to take it with basically no fight. I mean, Team Efficiency is just falling over here as these 215Bs quite literally walk into one of the best well-covered territories on the map and still are taking better trades.
They sure are, and while this is happening, from down the road, we can see Taki and Samo. They're going to try to pick off the ones that are low, and they're doing a great job of it. Skell is taking damage, so is Spawnster, and one by one, members of Team Efficiency getting chipped down very, very low. Samo going to come join the fray and see what kind of backup fire he can help out with. He realizes he doesn't have to stay that far back anymore.
And all through this fight, the IS-4 is missing. You know, it just watched a capture point
He's
that
coming.
was never contested.
He's coming.
But by the time he gets here, he's going to be so irrelevant.
Yeah. And again, Nomad going down, and now there are 3 members left of Team Efficiency. This is just a massacre, man. I think the real estate in this area is just gonna plummet even more so when they know what kind of murder's been happening.
When they knew what they were like, what kind of games were playing? It was like they won with like a one-sided battle. We're not that useful on the defense, actually, this property. Well, Death Skies will be the last to fall, and B-Gaming will take a 4-1 lead, putting them on match point. And that game was so one-sided for reasons that, like, shouldn't have occurred. I mean, I don't know what to say, except Team Efficiency was ready in good cover, and 215Bs walked in. It was like 3 215Bs versus 5 other assortments of tanks, including autoloaders and other 215Bs that were hiding behind buildings, and they still just couldn't deal with the pressure. Now, granted, their own bat shot was up to the north with the IS-4 protecting that northern capture point, and that is one of the weaknesses of doing that, although, you know, there's 2 sides of the coin, because if you don't protect that and they do a northern push or they put one of their tanks up there, then you're in a bad spot as well. It just felt like B-Gaming kind of knew that they were going to do that and abused it, and Team Efficiency just didn't line up their shots where they needed to. I mean, that sounds really like basic and like I'm oversimplifying it, but we literally saw 215Bs walk into tanks that were behind cover and still win a fight.
I liked how the 3 of those tanks just went ahead and started that base capture. It almost like threw Team Efficiency off guard, kind of like, oh gosh, it's counting down, we need to do something. And I think by flustering the team, that allowed, the 215Bs to just get in there and do their thing. And they definitely did their thing.
They did their thing. And their thing was just winning the game. I guess it was almost like an annexation. It was like, in this game, B-Gaming took what was theirs, like, this is ours, and we were taking it. Yep. Thank you. We'll see you
Get out of
in
my
game
village.
6. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, so it was very, very one-sided for no clear reason other than just simply good plays by by B-Gaming's 215Bs, and Team Efficiency kind of struggling to respond with those tanks out of position to the north. I feel like we will see B-Gaming do the same thing on the defense when we switch sides here. Having a tank up to the north, I mean, because that's pretty necessary. Will they leave an autoloader with it, though? That much is unclear. Like, I think leaving just simply one heavy tank up there can buy enough time to bring the rest of your tanks up if it's an emergency. Yeah,
okay. So I think the game is just about ready. This is match point. Like you said, if B-Gaming wins this, they're going to go ahead and take those 3 points. And game is ready, so let's go. Welcome back to Ruinberg, guys. Set number 6, and it is now Team Efficiency's turn to attack. And will they attack the same place? We don't know.
Well, looking at these lineups, B Gaming has brought like a pretty wonky lineup. They're bringing the 3-2-1-5 Bs again, but they're bringing a Tank Destroyer, 1 Conqueror, and a T-54E1. But what's weirder than that, in fact, is that on the attack, Team Efficiency is bringing 2 IS-7s, and that screams to me we're going to try to take base capture point number 2 by force with IS-7s in there to absorb some damage. That's the only thing I can guess with this composition.
Yeah.
It's really quite unique. We haven't quite seen this one yet.
Yeah, this is really interesting how B Gaming, they're very spread out. The Conqueror coming out quite forward to see what he can find. Wow, already members of Team Efficiency taking some damage, some fire damage there you can see. And again, they're going to run through this base capture, trying to do maybe what B Gaming did last time.
Yeah, it looks like, but with IS-7s to back it up. And this is interesting. Let's see, the IS-7s are getting closer to that capture point with the Nomad on the 50B, unfortunately very injured. And B Gaming has responded well. You know, they took good trades.
Yes, 7mm.
Conqueror did so much damage.
He did. He is finding the good shots right now. Again, he's very far out.
Yeah, Nomad found him.
Team Efficiency definitely know that he's out there.
Ooh, Super Hiroshi could take Ma for a ride here.
Okay, Ma's... I feel like he can go ahead and help this base capture time down a little bit more, but no. Spawnster leaves and sees if he can take a fight himself.
This is a nasty position now for Team Efficiency just because they're... Well, hold that thought. Super Hiroshi does get taken out first, so a small victory here. Let's see if they can run with that momentum. It's going to be tough.
It is going to be tough, and everyone is lined up along this road now, Team Efficiency, seeing if they could, again, pick off members of B Gaming. There is, I don't think their intent really was to capture a base. I think they brought in the IS-7s to pretend like they were and see if they can just surprise B Gaming, but...
I mean, I think your theory could have some real merit because the IS-7s, after they bait that sort of engagement, can be a lot of extra firepower and tankiness in a fight in this sort of position.
Oh, yeah, Taki just came around the corner. Nomad was waiting for him right
he's not alone.
there. No, he is not.
Taki will still outmaneuver him in that Object 140. Look at that. Oh, Ma actually got him with some friendly fire there, it looks like. But... you know, this is things going from bad to worse here for Team Efficiency.
Yeah, you know, I noticed D-Juice is missing from this lineup as well.
The conceptual, like, idea behind this sort of strategy, I can almost see it, but I'm gonna be totally honest, I can't understand it, and I feel like B Gaming is just like confused initially and then just dealt with, you know, it. They were like, okay, I don't really get this, but we dealt with your weirdness, you know, we took a better fight than you. Why do you have IS-7s out there? It took a bit longer to get into their locations. There was a lot better, you know, firepower going on for them early, a lot better accuracy, and they took better trades. And then what was Team Efficiency going to do with that composition from there? It didn't seem like there was much of a backup plan. There was like no plan B. You're
the game analyst person here. I just sat there and watched things blow up, basically. I think that sums up the entire
I think that's what B Gaming did too, to be totally honest.
All right, well, that was a very interesting first set, guys. We're going to take a small little break, and we will see you in about 10 minutes.
Let's go.
Welcome back, guys. Hopefully you had a good 10-minute break, and here we are again. We're going to go ahead into set number 2, and I believe that is B Gaming again, but this time versus the Horsemen.
That's right, and we're going to take a look at these team rosters just to refresh you guys' memory on who these guys are. We already saw B Gaming just win 5-1 earlier, spoiler alert, versus Team Efficiency, but you know, here's their lineup. They're running some new players. It's working out for them. I feel like the two players that have really made a name for themselves so far this season are Tamati and Super Hiroshi. Really thinking outside of the box.
Absolutely. Tamati has been a monster this first series. They were these two were super, super good. What is it with the super this season?
It's just
Super
everything
Hiroshi,
is
super friends, super noobs, super plays, super. Tilto Mattel and Samo, I mean, making their appearances here, and they're pulling their weight as well. So B Gaming, again, new roster, new members, but they are making it work and looking stronger than they did last week, and definitely had that convincing win against Team Efficiency earlier.
Now, Horsemen have made a few roster changes as well, mostly remaining the same. Dark DH Master, the only one to consistently appear and do a lot of work, but Feluso is still around. Archon, Colin, you know, None,
Gorilla,
Just Rex. These guys are sticking to what we saw them do last season, but they're doing it even better. Sidonia Tommy as well. A solid lineup, you know, a team that has a good history in World of Tanks and took 3 games off of VO Gaming and beat Karen Tiger, even in tiebreak. You know, that's a big thing for a team to do.
Absolutely. I'm sad we haven't seen Meat Bun. I wanted to say his name because meat buns are great.
They are great. I had one the other day. It was excellent.
And
that's not the reason why I didn't show. I didn't eat them, I swear.
You ate meat bun.
I did not do it. It wasn't me. I swear.
Right.
I swear. I'm like fingers crossed, like everything. Like no, just I swear. Like.
Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and see which maps these two teams have picked. We have Mines, Himmelsdorf, Ghost Town, Muravanka. We haven't seen that one, and the tiebreaker will be on Steps.
So this starts to look a little bit more like similar to what we've been seeing most of the season. If you replace like Muravanka with Prokorovka, then it would be like super standard. And of course replace Steps with Cliff as a tiebreaker map. But yeah, we are going to get to see that Himmelsdorf play, and we're going to see the slower game on that one. Mines has historically been either incredibly fast or a bit slower paced, depending on how the teams decide to play it.
Yep. And like I said, so B Gaming coming off of a 5-1 win, they must be feeling pretty good. But Horsemen, like you said last week, they've been showing some very, very strong plays as well. So kind of interested to see how this is going to pan out.
Yeah, me too. I think it could go really either way. And I think that the situation that Horsemen finds themselves in is they need to prove themselves again today. I feel like they can roll off of this success of beating Karen Tiger and taking, you know, even only 2 points off of that. Then they have to beat these other teams, though, that Karen Tiger is better than to, like, jump up in the points. And they need every point they can get.
Oof. All right. Well, we will have to see this first game, see how the wheel will be turning, I guess, and see who has the edge. But I think everything is ready. Here we go. Welcome to set number 1. We are on Mines, and B Gaming, they're going to be on the attack first.
All right, let's take a look at these tank lineups. Only 2 E5s out of all 14 tanks, and that is going to be on the Horsemen side of things. We've seen tank lineups that are completely E5s on this map. We're seeing a lot of 140s for B Gaming. No STBs, and we are going to see that brawl occur right at the beginning.
Right now, we could see all of the tanks just coming to this chokehold, coming up towards the mine, and wow, that is some crossfire if I've ever seen one.
Yep.
7mm taking a bunch of damage. He's going to be the first one to be focused, fired, and down, I do believe.
Good rotation back, though, to save himself.
Archon, never mind, is the first one down. 7mm following suit. And I don't even see the strategy here. I think everyone's just kind of trying to take out the other, showing dominance in game number 1 to really be able to put fear into their opponents.
The first, the only real strategic move we saw all game was Super Hiroshi trying to get behind the team with his Vasha. It's a very fast tank and it does a lot of damage. but he was actually basically assassinated because he left himself vulnerable, so that advantage is taken away, which leaves no real autoloaders on the side of Horsemen, but there's still 250 Bs on B Gaming that they can use, but they need to be careful with how they use their rounds, because if they run out, that leaves a timing window open for Horsemen to punish.
It absolutely does, and okay, the game has slowed down just a little bit. Spencer is still alive with 87 HP on the T-54 right now, and he can still do a bit of damage before he goes away. But yeah, like we said, it looks like B Gaming, they're going to retreat a bit, make sure that they can maintain the remaining tanks, the remaining 5 tanks that they have.
Yeah, this is actually going to be...
Technically, it's almost equal in a way.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a really funny sort of game we're going to watch here. Falusa taking a shot. Wow, what a close game this is already to start this series off.
Ooh. Matil and Faluso on a standoff here. They're going to go back and forth and see if they can make a difference for their team.
Yep, with Archon's body splitting the divide. And
yeah, I mean, as of right now, the crossfire has stopped. Everyone's pulled away, gotten back to their positions, and like we said, it's a 5v5. Even with Spencer still alive with that 87 HP.
Yeah, you know, but...
And technically, Horsemen have more HP altogether.
That's true. And that's mostly because of the E5s that are alive, which is the key. Those need to be protected. Now remember, Horseman is on the defense, so the clock is working in their favor, but we still have a ton of time left before that's really going to become a direct factor.
Yeah, the AMX, the 50Bs, probably sitting there waiting for their reload. And once they are up and running, we may be able to see another brawl again, to be honest.
Yeah. Matil taking a shot here.
Ooh.
And Just Rex is trying to get into position.
Just Rex, you're in with them, dude. You're not a part of B Gaming. Be careful.
He is above them, and they can't hit him, and he can't hit them. But Samo is trying to get in a position to take a shot at him. Meanwhile, it looks to be that B Gaming is trying to figure out the way. I mean, they're reloaded now for sure. So I'm not sure what their plan of action is going to be. They might try to go for an ambush. But everyone is kind of staying still, like they're just trying to hope that Horseman is going to make a mistake.
Or Horsemen are waiting for B Gaming to make a mistake. They're at that point where they're just going to see what the other team is going to do. Again, Horsemen have time on their side. 5 minutes and 55 seconds left on the clock, and B Gaming really need to do something. I mean, I guess they could sit around till at least 4 minutes, like 3:30, but until then, oh, are they just gonna sit here for another minute and a half, Wolf?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, that's why I was saying, like, B Gaming almost looks like they're hoping Horsemen make a mistake, because Horsemen are not gonna take any risks right now. Why would they? They have the advantage. They have the time.
They do, and if they're just going to sit around for a minute and a half, we're going to have to come up with something to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a Star Wars movie today. It was good.
Don't tell me. I haven't seen it. I'm going to
Well,
go
I'm
see
not going to tell. No spoilers, but I mean, it was really good.
Everyone watching right now will hate you so much if
I
you
will
give
never
any
spoil anything.
spoilers.
I am like the biggest fan, more than any of them. So I would never ruin someone's
Are
day.
you? Do you think B Gaming and Horsemen are fans of Star Wars?
Well, clearly B Gaming is of the Sith because they have red health bars.
Wow, you went there. Okay.
But,
on that note,
we're still not seeing anything. Okay, now Matil is rotating towards the backside.
oh, he was, and then he kind of stopped. Again, you guys can see here, nobody's really moved. And that was a full minute of us talking about Star Wars.
Yeah. Yep, we have hit the 4:30 mark.
We did hit the 4:30 mark.
Do you want to talk about Star Trek now? Because I don't really know much about it.
I'm not a Trekkie nor a Star Wars nerd. I'm sorry. I enjoy the movies.
We could
but
take
I
a moment.
Say.
We could take a moment to notice the windows of that house are barred. We could think about why that might be.
As Just Rex kind of goes back and forth.
Well, he's looking for a shot. He's like, are they giving me an opportunity? It's like, well, no. Okay, well. Horseman is like very happy with the situation. Make no mistake.
Okay, we got some action under the 4 minute mark now, and Matil, he's on the run. He's just gonna go and he's like, all right, I'm tired of this waiting.
It looks like he's trying to find Spencer.
I think so too. And he's gonna have to be careful. He's pretty close though.
They're on they're like on neck and neck here with each other. It's just the terrain that's in the way makes it difficult for him to get a shot.
Yep, Spencer realizes this. I think his teammates have told him he's gonna run off over to the island area. Oh.
Matil's got his sixth sense, but not on Spencer, on none.
Oh gosh.
This is just getting worse and worse for B-Gaming. I feel like their chances of winning this first set are like whittling away.
Yeah, they definitely waited too long. Again, now we are at almost the 3-minute mark, and like I said, B-Gaming really need to do something. They need to push or eliminate ASAP, because otherwise Horseman will win this.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Horseman has already won this. I'm trying to look at any foreseeable way that B-Gaming could make a play in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. With the resources they have, and
maybe
it's going to be very, very difficult. It would be a miracle. Let's see if they can make it happen.
All right, Taki is going to use this rock to provide some cover for him. See if he could shoot across over to the mine here. But again, 2 minutes and 30 seconds now. The clock is ticking, and they need to get something done. Matil, taking hits. Be careful. That bush is not going to help you, especially with your sixth sense up like that.
They can't even move. They're so pinned down
They
here.
are. Okay, like you said, Horsemen are going to take this. Faluso wants to come out. Goes ahead and takes down Tamati. Samo is next.
He's alone.
He is alone. He's got 28 HP. And one shot's going to do it. Faluso does go down. It is still a 3v4. Spencer's hanging on there.
It's technically possible, especially because Taki is on an autoloader. Like, he himself could kill 3 tanks with the rounds he has available.
Technically.
But he has 1 minute and 45 seconds to do it, and I just don't think that's enough time.
I don't think so either.
Especially because Horsemen are so well protected right now, and the 3 tanks that are alive for B-Gaming cannot feasibly get near the capture points and contest that. And it would take more than 1 tank at this exact moment in time to do that, because there's only 1 minute and 30 left. So this game is essentially already over. We can watch the rest of it unfold. I told you guys I wasn't gonna say any Star Wars spoilers, but spoilers for this game, B-Gaming loses in the end.
Oh, thanks, Wolf. Jeez, I mean, you couldn't wait 1 minute and 10 seconds to tell me that?
Sorry, I just, I got too excited there.
Oh, gosh.
About this incredible amount of action we're seeing at the last 60 seconds of this game.
Okay,
Taki's going for it. Listen, can he do it? Okay, can he pull off a miracle? Let's wait and see.
I'm going to say no, because he just took 400 damage onto his tank right now.
None of these tanks on B-Gaming can even use the slide. Not that any of them are near a position flexible enough to even slide on this map, but they can't even do that or die from fall damage.
The 3 members of B-Gaming are down so low in terms of HP. Just Rex, I mean, he's almost like full HP at this point with 800, but it looks like they're gonna just wait it out. Oh,
well,
maybe
down goes
not.
Nipa until Taki just suicides, and there you go. Sorry for spoiling the ending there, but Horseman does take game number 1 in a very extended fashion.
That was so weird, because it started off very fast. It started off as a brawl, like I said, trying to establish dominance right in the middle of the mines, and then they just backed away for about 10 minutes.
I'm trying to remember even what went wrong, because it was like 9 minutes ago where that happened, and I'm trying to think of like what exactly caused them the problem. The positional advantage was there for Horsemen, and it was an equal amount of tanks, and Horsemen had 2 E5s, which made the position even harder to break for B-Gaming, and then they just simply didn't make an effort to coordinate movement, which is not like necessarily their fault, because any movement they made would make them vulnerable, which make them potentially lose one of their weakened and vulnerable tanks, especially those E5s. So they were kind of just trapped, and I think they were hoping for a good engage, and they did get some good engages at the very end, like surprisingly, like Faluso died. That was like incredible. I'm like, oh, Faluso died. That shouldn't have happened. And I think they were hoping that Horseman was just going to get impatient, but Horseman were like, no, we're on the defense. We're just going to wait. And then they waited, and
that was probably one of the weirdest games I think I've ever casted with you, Wolf.
Yeah, it got out there, it got weird.
It was one of those games where I really thought it was going to end in about a minute and a half, and then it didn't.
Yeah, it was one of those games where I thought you and I were going to learn more things about each other because we just didn't have anything else to say. I was going to be like, well, when you were kids, you eat your SpaghettiOs with or without meatballs? And you're like, well, I like the meatballs. I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't know that about you, Susie. That we were getting to that level of
of casting.
Yeah, we were getting to it was getting that deep as these players were simply literally waiting.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to get that deep with you, Wolf.
Listen, you don't have to tell me if you like it with meatballs or not yet. We can talk about that when you feel more comfortable. But
how do you know I ate SpaghettiOs?
Maybe you like Chef Boyardee ravioli instead. Maybe you just didn't run into that kind of thing at all. I don't know. See, these are things I don't know about you.
This is a mystery, guys. But that will be on hold. That will always be a mystery to you. We're going to go ahead into the next game. Welcome back, guys. We are in set number 2. It's B Gaming versus Horsemen. Horsemen this time going to attack, and hopefully they do what we know Horsemen to do, which is travel as a pack and shoot things down.
Sure, or I'm okay with games that go that long. It's just much more exciting when there's a lot of movement and strategic positioning going on rather than just
them sitting there.
Both teams going oh, if you go out, we might get a shot on you. And I don't feel like the teams like Ruin, or we don't have time to talk about this because we're going to have that initial brawl. Super Roshi again trying to take that spot, but on the defense side, it's a lot harder. It's a longer route, but he's actually baiting everybody out of position.
He really is. Tilton Latil is taking a ton of damage. He's getting focus fire down, and I think he's going to be the first one to go. There he goes. But Just Rex does too. Samo is next. Horsemen playing this a lot faster. They are playing it in the manner that we knew. Faluso, though, be careful, dude. He's out in the open right now.
Super Roshi's got one shot left, and then he is going to be on reload. Now he's reloading a 7mm. I don't know how he got back there with that Lorraine 40 ton, but he's back there. He's going to go down. Down he goes. And I think this is going to be a Horseman favored fight. They really put all their eggs in one basket on Super Hiroshi here again. And it did not work out.
Oh, yeah, Faluso goes down. I think I don't know.
This is starting to take a little bit more of an edge now.
This is a very close fight. However, Samo and Tamati both down super low. Okay, Tamati is out. If Colin or none can kill off Samo here, that would be an advantage for sure.
Okay,
there we
None
go.
needs to get behind that rock now because those two tanks are the most important. And they cannot be. Oh, that was the sickest snipe of all time. Oh my God, Super Hiroshi is on fire today.
That was a beautiful, beautiful shot. All right, it is a 2v2 now.
Taki is still alive with very little hit points, but a high amount of damage he can put out. Oh God, Nipa can barely move. Oh man, this is actually such a close game.
Yeah, Taki went ahead and healed himself up.
Colin is making the shot. Oh, he
misses it. Gorilla's going to try to
Gorilla,
go
don't go all the way.
Oh.
He's waiting for you, Gorilla.
The Gorilla's going to take that shot.
Oh my God, he got away with it too.
He did. And Colin, at any point, if Nipa shows his turret out of position, he's going to get caught.
Oh, Taki. That was clutch. But Gorilla gets the kill. This might be a winning move, but B Gaming's on the defense, so it's up to the Horsemen to actually make this move, and they're going to try to flank. Here comes Gorilla. Oh, this is so risky.
Oh my gosh.
You should wait for Colin. You should wait for Colin.
You should wait for you. Oh,
but he takes the kill anyways. That was scary. That was intense.
Okay. That was a lot more interesting than the first game, I have to say.
So that's how you do it when you're on attack, and you have to make things work. You make them work.
And the Horsemen did. Again, that's what I expected from Horsemen. Just very precise decision making and going in there as a team together. They like to travel as a pack, like a pack horses.
Right, sure. I don't know if that's how horses are. Is it a herd of horses? Either way, a team of horses in this case.
Of horses?
Yeah, a murder of horses, a slew.
Okay, anyway.
But, that term aside, what we saw in that game was Super Hiroshi was like, I will break the rules. I'm on defense side, and I'm still going to get into that position faster than you guys. and he drew a lot of the horsemen's fire away. And at first I was like, well, this really worked out. They all shot at him and he didn't die, so a whole wave of fire was wasted.
Yeah.
And then a ton of damage was put onto the horsemen. And then Mr. Super Hiroshi got a ton of damage onto them from the side as well. And I was like, whoa, he like made the play. But they weren't able to capitalize on it after that. After he was on reload, they just ignored him. They had a better position behind the rocks. They had better focus firing. And again, they had those 2 E5s, which if you're going to have a longer fight, the longer the fight goes, the tanks have the more hit points, they have the more sustainable damage. Mobility doesn't matter once a fight happens. Like, mobility matters to get you there, to get their positioning, to be set up first. But once everybody's set up and once everybody's fighting, would you rather have an E5 or an Object 140? Every time you'd rather have an E5, like every time.
I mean, like you said, it's when you get to that position, there's all the rocks you're hiding behind. There's really no need for you to be sneaking around in that sense.
Your speed of your tank is just irrelevant when you're all fighting in an enclosed space where there's not like a lot of room to move around in the first place. You would rather have a tank that has more hit points and more damage. That being said, if you went all E5s, as some teams have done on that map, then you get to the position slower, and then you might have trouble even getting there at all. But yeah, if you have just 2 E5s, I think the composition is better.
All right, so the next one is going to be Himmelsdorf. So we know it's probably going to be pretty long, but go ahead and look at this beautiful city.
It's beautiful. It's always stormy in Himmelsdorf, kind of like Seattle or something, I guess. But like it never rains though. It's just always thundering. But let's talk about some real map features. There's the railroad side capture point. This one that's being showcased here. Which is the one that EL has been going for. And then there's still that corner cap point. Here's the castle, the high ground where you see autoloaders get vision and do some damage. There's that corner capture point I was talking about.
The corner capture point, that's the A6 location.
Yes.
Yeah, so a lot of teams love going towards that capture point. They love that A6 location because there are all those corners, like you said, to hide in, to be able to cap without having someone notice you there. But you know what, like you said, the railroad tracks are getting pretty popular as well.
Yeah. We've seen a few gimmicky strategies for teams where they try to rush the A6 capture point, put a smaller tank in there, push around the corner with an autoloader from the castle high ground to kill whatever is in there. Sometimes an E100, usually an IS-4. It just depends on who you're dealing with. Someone like Ironhide will deal with it differently than someone like Reflection or Guan Ren. Everyone has their own personal preferences. But you know, on this map, it's very slow. Not because the map is like designed poorly or it's boring. It's just because like there are really solid defensible positions and there's a lot of smart thinking and like planning that has to go on. This map is like a chess game in World of Tanks. So you have to really plan out every single move you make very carefully because you can't really go backwards.
Yep. All right. So well, looks like we're gonna get to see what kind of chess game they decide to play this time around. Let's get into game number 3. Welcome to Himmelsdorf, guys. B Gaming versus Horsemen. Horsemen are up 2 games, and they're going to go ahead and be on the attack first.
Well, we're seeing these two teams run a lot of E100s, which isn't crazy. It's just, you know, we're seeing purely E100s and no IS tanks of any kind. Oh, there's an IS-7.
Oh,
okay,
there's an IS-7 for
Super Hiroshi. Yeah. So they're going to run 2 E100s and an IS-7, whereas Horsemen are going to run 3 E100s. And just that E100 tank destroyer. An E3, a 50B at 1390. Tamati on that Object 140, which means he's probably going to do some crazy maneuvering. You see him already if you look at the mini-map running around.
It's interesting to see that they have an E3 and the JPE 100, because, I mean, why do you need 2 tank destroyers?
Yeah, well, that's a good question.
Just the way the Horsemen like to play.
We're seeing more tank destroyer play on this map. We saw it at the very end of last season with the tier 8s, and now we're starting to see it more here. We saw Tamati in particular running some weird tank destroyers on this map. He's running the Object 140 this time, so fret not. He's actually in charge of making sure there's not a big push on the castle side for reasons like this, because there's a big push coming towards the castle side right now, and he wants to be ready for that. It's really weird. We actually have like an FV215B right now watching the corner cap. That's unheard of.
This is really strange. Yeah, this is a definitely different play than we're used to seeing here. Taki is his. Wow, yeah, his Sixth Sense went off first. Takes a chunk of damage, and he's gonna have to back away. Tamati at this point knows that he needs to leave as well, so he's just gonna. Wow, yeah, Object 140 looks so fast compared to the E100.
That's right. And they're much faster. Nunn's gonna take a shot.
Oh, but Matil is sitting there waiting for him to peek out over the corner.
Matil may be the best idea of this season, by the way.
Matil.
But this is a really slow, aggressive push backed up by tank destroyers here by Horsemen. What I love about this map is, even though I thought it was really figured out, every time we see teams play on this, one team does something new that we've never seen before, like every time without fail.
Yeah, it's this map just allows for so many different strategies to happen. With all the roads and all the nooks and crannies. Oh gosh, Spencer, you got totally found out.
Oh, is he gonna get away though? He gets away.
He does?
He's like, I'm gonna die, but I'm gonna take some hit points with me.
Yes, and he is reloaded. He's got 3 rounds left. He's just gonna see if he can take someone down with him, but he does not. Spencer does fall, so does Archon. And as of right now, B Gaming has the edge.
A big edge.
Oh, wow.
Taki gets burst down here by these E100s that are storming the base capture.
Oh, but yeah, Faluso goes down as well. It is a 6v4 at this situation.
Matil is actually blocking this again with the 215B, something we've never really seen before used quite like this. And I think Horseman's idea is to just simply take this by force, kind of like what we saw B Gaming do to team efficiency on Ruinberg, where you're just kind of like move in and you're like, this is mine, I'm going to take it, I'm going to take a bad fight. But this time, like, B Gaming is not going to give it up. You know, they're like, well, you guys just kind of ran in, crashing through this, and we're set up to catch you.
They are, and right now this is just a Hail Mary kind of play. They're like, let's just try to capture this base if we can, while taking damage. I mean, I don't think Horsemen are going to be able to pull this one out.
Well, the E3 gets a good shot on 7mm. It is feasible, you know, it is possible. It's going to be a challenge here for Horsemen to take this. Colin takes another shot. It just looks very unlikely, but they have a ton of damage. A ton of damage on the team, but not without Colin anymore. That damage is now delegated to Gorilla, who's not going to last much longer.
It's just these 2 tanks left for Horsemen, and they're really trying hard to capture this base, and I don't think it's going to happen. Someone let them know. If you keep getting shot at, it's not going to happen.
Well, they know now, Susie. B Gaming will take their first win versus Horsemen, putting us at a 2-1 score in a match that was, by Himmelsdorf time, pretty quick.
That was pretty quick, I have to say. And Horsemen just got outmaneuvered there. B Gaming really played that smart.
Yeah.
I think they must have been the ones to pick the map. That's my guess.
Most likely. Yeah, so maybe team efficiency was one that banned it out in the previous series. Yeah. Kind of a funny game because they simply just went up the castle capture point. Maybe they thought that from what they studied from B Gaming, that this was going to be a strategy where they could just counter them and win the fight and just win the game. But it just didn't happen that way, and they then tried to force their way into that D6 and was protected. So.
The 215B also sitting in the A6 capture point, that was new.
Yeah, that was
very new.
That was new. It was cool because he was basically back behind that building where he had his turret up at the front, almost like he was in a bunker or something. He was very well protected, which is one of the weaknesses of using a tank like a 215B or an E5 instead of using an IS-4 or an E100 is because that tank that's protecting usually takes a lot of shots, takes a lot of abuse. But if you're in that little bunker there, then you can actually give some extra support fire, and it worked out extra well against such an aggressive push into this location where you need all the firepower you can get to repel that sort of push there. Again, this map we keep seeing weird strategies on this map where you look at it and sometimes even on paper it looks bad, but it works. And in this last particular game, the strategy to me looked like not the best idea. Like if someone proposed that to me, I'd be like, no, I'm not so sure about that one. But you know, Horsemen obviously a team of great pro gamers who are actually leading this series currently, but it didn't work out. And I wonder if we're going to see a more normal game now here on game 4, game 2 on this map, or if they're going to try something else special.
Well, it is B Gaming on the attack this time, and I think the team who's on the attack usually gets to kind of shape the way the game is going to go.
They set the pace,
right? They
for
do,
sure.
And so we're going to have to see how B Gaming decides they're going to attack, which side they're going to go. For as far as we know, they can go railroad side, and it'll be a completely different game.
You know what I didn't really pay attention to because it wasn't relevant to the action in that last game is who was watching the railroad side, what tank did they have there? Because that is another thing. They might not have even sent a tank there at all. I admit that I simply did not pay attention to that, which means they might not have sent a tank there, but that would have also made it even harder for Horsemen to penetrate
We'll
that
have to go back and watch the VOD, see who was over on that side. You're right. There's so much action going over by the castle side. All right, well, guys, we're going to go ahead and get into game number 4. Welcome back, guys. Set number 4, B Gaming versus Horsemen, and B Gaming puts a score up on that board, and they are on the attack.
So we have Horsemen running the IS-7 this time with 3 E100s, a 50B and E3 again, the 1390, whereas for B Gaming, they're running a 50B, the E100 tank destroyer, 2 215Bs, running those 215Bs again, interesting, and 2 E100s. So Horsemen are like playing old school, like super heavy tanks.
Oh, I like the 1390 sitting in that little bunker area. That's what they do. Whoa!
You see that?
That
Tamati,
was fancy.
Tamati ice skated over that. He jumped. Yeah, he jumped and then underneath his tank treads, he just put out some slick and slid.
That was fancy. Tamati showing us what a fancy player he is.
He has some illegal consumables on that tank, I think. I don't know what he's got in there.
Ooh, I like that. I mean, this is a tried and true. This is an old tactic I think we've seen quite a few times last season. And yeah, B Gaming. We've got Taki up in the castle area. We've got a lightweight. We've got Tamati down by the courtyard. We have the Waffen. I mean, everyone's just kind of in position right now.
You have B Gaming setting up a blockade, which works decently well against anyone that's going to come down that path, but Horsemen on the defense have no reasonable reason to go that way. So I think that very soon B Gaming are going to reform up. They were hoping to catch someone. They set a trap.
Yeah.
But this trap will not be sprung. It will have to be repositioned.
Okay. Spencer up on the mountain. He's obviously scouting around. He wants to see what he can find information-wise. Yep, there goes that blockade. They decided no one is coming this way. I think they are towards the north.
Luso takes a shot and it connects. I just had to say that.
It did connect, Wolf.
I'm like, in case you guys didn't see that, in case one of you guys was looking at your second monitor when that happened. I commentated that play-by-play, straight up, word for word, what happened.
It connected, yes. Okay, so we have 7mm and Samo, Super Hiroshi, the 3 of them. They're going to try and see if they can head up to base capture number 2. Spencer does go down. He scouted his last road and dies for it.
Yeah.
And B Gaming, it seems they're going to go ahead and try to sit in this base capture, but Just Rex is waiting for them, and none. They're going to see if they can stop that base capture.
Ooh, Just Rex.
Ooh, guys, careful. Super Hiroshi takes a bit of damage, as does Taki, and they're going to have to back away for now.
This is one of the things I'll never understand about professional tankers is sometimes they make decisions like this that on paper just do not make sense. If you're gonna put a tank in there, is the 215B the tank to put in there? On the tanks 101 quiz, the answer is usually gonna be no when you have 2 E100s. So Super Hiroshi takes a lot of unnecessary damage, and now could be even finished off by Colin here, who gets a great shot because he's watching this northern courtyard road.
Oh gosh.
Super Roshi nearly being killed. Like everyone's got his number. Down
Everyone has his number, and they all want to dial it, and they did, and now he's dead.
Phone's busy forever now.
There's got to be a Taken reference.
Yeah,
with
for
the,
sure.
With the calling and the kill you. Okay, anyway.
Or like a phone booth out of that movie I never saw. I don't know. Well, with this kill here, Horseman takes a nice lead, and they're actually going to surround and kill the rest of these E100s that are slow and stuck.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Matil's not going to be enough on his own for this.
He is not. Colin and Gorilla that come around, see if they can surround these two tanks. Matil, he's like, excuse me, I'm just gonna leave, guys.
He's like, oh, okay. Is this the 215B convention? No, it's not. You're not gonna have a bad time.
And Gorilla on that E3, I mean, he is a tank destroyer after all.
And he's protected by an I-7. Look at Colin's positioning. He's like, no, you can't actually touch my bro.
Yeah, that's actually great. So, yep, Matil does go down. Gorilla is going to take that kill. And right now, it looks pretty good for Horseman.
Tamati's like, I got this. Oh man, this looks like suicide. I think it's actually. I think that was actually a surrender.
Taki's like, all right, guys, let's just finish this off.
All right, well, Horseman will take a 3-1 lead in that game that went awry when you put a 215 in the corner and not an E100 or an IS tank or a 1390 that can't be hit, or it pretty much covers it. Like those are the ones you want to put in there. The 215B, it's almost like they weren't even trying to capture; they were trying to attack. But you're attacking to a location that's commonly known to be a place where tanks are going to sit and try to capture. So there's always defense set up there. So maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think so. I'm like, this isn't the right one. No, this is not your guy.
And during that fight, actually, there was nobody over by the railroad tracks at all. Every tank was concentrated up by the castle or base capture in the north.
They realized quickly with that 1390 scout that there was nobody going that way. Yeah. And so the IS-7 is like, no, I'm out. I'm coming out. I'm going to surround you. I'm going to watch the courtyard road. And that's when Super Roshi was like, okay, I took too much damage. I have to retreat. And then he walked right into the IS-7. And once they lost that tank, 2 E100s that were trying to support the 215B, probably the tanks that should have been in the capture point or supporting a little bit more aggressively with a push, were stuck there with slow tanks that have to be angled at a 45-degree angle to deflect shots. And they couldn't move. They were sitting ducks. And they were just food to be eaten. They were fodder, and they were destroyed. Then it was just like,
that was it.
Game
GG.
over.
Yep, pretty much. So as we go into the next game, it's going to be on Ghost Town, and Ghost Town being our favorite map of this season. Yeah, I'm quite happy to see this.
Feels like a real classic. You know, the way the map is played has not changed that much from last season. It's very fun. I feel like sometimes frustrating on the defense, but I think it's a good map.
It's a tried and true map, and it's just a lot of fun to watch. I really like this one. I think it's the Ghost people that makes it fun for me.
I think what makes it fun for me is we've never seen a long game on this map that was not like crazy amazing. It was like every time it's a long game where I'm like, oh, I don't know what's gonna happen. Anything could happen. They'll like chase each other around. We've only got like 2 minutes left. And then like the shorter games are fun and position based and very strategic. Tank lineups on this map I feel like are really important. You can tell a lot about what your opponent's going to do based on their tank lineups, and there's clear weaknesses and strengths to all sorts of tank lineups. And seeing that tier 10 tank meta evolve on this map is really fun because it changes the way people play the map, but it doesn't change the way the map works.
Right, so we're going to go ahead and show you this map and tell you why we love it so much. The real estate here is probably not that great either.
No, this one is definitely not getting any better anytime soon. Like, the problem is the Ghosts, they have to go to the school on this map. They were just put in this district. They really would rather go to a different school. It's a very dangerous place to be. But there are 2 capture points on this map, as there are every map, but they're very distinctly different from each other on this map. One is on the outside, you see just on your right of your screen. The other one is on the left here in the middle of that school area, as we like to call it. Now, the advantages to rushing the middle capture point are that if you get there quickly enough with some heavy tanks, you can basically lock it down to where if anyone tries to come in, you have ultimate defense that's almost impenetrable. The advantages to the outside capture point is you can lock down the streets that lead to the capture point, as well as have tanks kind of in the lower dipping area of the point where only the top part of your hull is exposed.
Right. I mean, I personally like the top capture point. Just being able to utilize the mountains in the back as well. We'll often see a faster tank head up that way, see if they can shoot from afar and not get caught out. So that's some tactics that we've seen tanks use.
We've even seen duels up there. Even if the main battle goes on in the city, we sometimes see like duels between the lightweight T-54s, or sometimes you see like a 1390 versus a T-54 lightweight, or a 1390 versus a T-54 medium up there.
Yeah.
And that's always fun to watch because the winner of that can really change the outcome of the battle for taking information away from your opponent.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to see how these two teams play. Like we said, it's really up in the air, isn't it? Is it going to be a faster game or a slow strategic push? I mean, that's been the question of the entire evening so far. But looks like everyone is ready, so let's get into Ghost Town. All right, guys, welcome to Ghost Town. This is set number 5. We have Horsemen with 3 points on the board and B Gaming with 1, and they're going to attack first.
All right. So let's take a look at these tanks. 2 Conquerors, a Conqueror and a T-54. Those are the tier 9s we're going to see as the fillers. E100, 2 T-15Bs for B Gaming, and for Horsemen, 2 E100s and E5, 2 E5s. So the difference in composition really is going to be between the E5s and the 215Bs. And before we get too deep into that, let's see where these tanks are going on the attack. B Gaming is leading towards the capture point at B6. And Nipa and Nun are going to be on those bat chats. That's the duel I'm talking about up here that sometimes does occur. It's actually the south this time, in fact.
Interesting. Yeah, this is... the way that all the tanks are spread out here, this is actually quite interesting. There's like a tank in every corner.
Every tank's got his corner. He's got to take care of it.
Every tank is checking out property.
Yeah, every tank's like, this could be where I spend the next 10 minutes of my life. Yeah, and I have to say, I think Archon here has better property. It's close to the school for his kids. Yeah, he could easily go to the high ground or the low ground if he wants to. Whereas someone like Tamati, he's got to make a bit of a trek up here on the 215B. Jess Rex is actually, I think, spotted by Tilta until they both have their Sixth Sense going off.
Sixth Sense is going off here and there and everywhere. Faluso does take a little bit of damage, but for the most part, staying kind of cautious. Yeah, people, you just keep seeing the yellow on the screen, guys. Sixth Senses left and right, but everyone wants to play it safe.
Archon takes a shot at Samo, which would have been a great shot if he could line it up, but he's not able to. Now, worrisome for B Gaming is that they haven't made much progress. Everyone's got their own corner covered, if you will, like we were talking about earlier, but they're not in a position to contest either capture point, which is worrisome because Horseman has already shown us in this series that they are very willing to be a defensive team, patiently waiting.
They are definitely willing to just wait it out all the way to the end. And so B Gaming, knowing that from the first matchup, needs to do something, or else, they're going to run out of time again.
Yeah.
Oh, Samo just making a wreck of the place. Take care of your area, dude.
Yeah. This is a 7mm. His older brother's like,
I know.
All right, I'll go first.
I'll go first. I'll take you in there.
But listen, this is how you push into a capture point. You don't put your weak tank first. You put your E100 first. The Conqueror hides behind it like it's a shield. Nipa is taking fire, meanwhile.
Wow, he is. So yeah, it looks like it was Spencer who had taken a bit of damage off of Nipa.
Yeah, he spent a little bit of time on that. The 7mm gets in here uncontested. Now, this is actually a bit odd that Horseman allowed this to happen.
Well, we have the two E5s coming in. They know that this is going on. They need to do something about it, but they have to be careful. Obviously, B Gaming, they're not going to leave 7mm in there by himself. It's got to be there's tanks all around, so they need to figure out how they're going to stop him. The base capture does get reset.
Yeah, Spencer takes a shot. He takes a lot of damage, but I mean, the trade is good, and they're just kind of rotating around, taking turns on resetting. Ooh, Feluso, though, taking a big hit.
Oh, yes, he did. And again, 7mm just kind of riding around, I guess, trying to avoid where the shots are coming from.
Yeah.
But again, reset, and it's all by himself in there. So while this is going on, I'm going to believe that rest of B Gaming, they have to surround Horseman if they want to pick off members right now.
They're trying to find that opportunity, and 7mm is buying them a lot of time, and Colin is going to get killed here.
Yes, Colin is the first one down. I had a feeling that's what they were going to do.
Now, during this time, Horseman's going to take this opportunity to kill 7mm, but still, Just Rex is taking a lot of damage here, and I think this is going to overall still be a better trade for B Gaming.
I think so too. Just Rex goes down, 7mm goes down, and now Horsemen need to group up again and see how they can utilize this, because they know they are down 2 tanks as opposed to B Gaming's 1.
Now, Feluso is being a ninja, like jumping in and out, doing some serious damage. But this is, oh wow, this is actually such a close game. But I think B Gaming is going to win out. Now they're in a perfect position. And suddenly our UI got a lot cooler.
Yes, it did.
I hope we have this forever. But the position here is great for B Gaming because not only do they control the capture point, but they control the area. They have a hit point and tank advantage. And they're just going to simply slowly choke out the rest of the Horsemen members. They're not even going to stay in the capture point.
No, they're not. They're just going to eliminate them one by one. Feluso goes down. There are 3 members of Horsemen left. Let's make that 2.
And that's the big key here. Even if you look at the hit points, it's like, well, they're only 1,200 down, Wolf. I'm like, well, 4v2. You tell me that how that's going to work.
Being the last one left, B Gaming, they're going to come back, take a second game here. That was really smart of them to throw in that E100, you know?
Yeah, you know, that's how you do it. That's the way. And it was a pretty basic game there overall. They forced a bad position out of Horsemen, and then they surrounded them, as you were saying, you know, to take a better position with the tanks they had available, their mobility, and they ended up getting a big lead in hit points as a result. And what was inevitably the downfall of Horsemen in that game was just their lack of surviving tanks.
Yeah, no, I have to say, 7mm lasted a very long time by himself in that capture point. And while yeah, everyone was focusing on him, and the rest of the team was just kind of circling like sharks, trying to pick off the opposing team tanks, and that was very well done.
Yeah, really, really well done. But this does put B Gaming back up to 2 points. Yeah. So it's 3-2, if I'm not mistaken, now as we go into Game 6, our last game on this map.
On Ghost Town.
Before we go into Muravanka, which is our final map before potentially Steps. This is a tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. I might.
Yeah, it's Steps.
I'm like, all right, I've got it all up here. You've got it all down there. So if it's like not right up here, it's like I know it's right down there.
It's right here, guys. We have notes and stuff.
Sure. The thing is, I just feel like Horseman is not going to approach this the same way as B Gaming just did.
They can't. I think if you take the same strategy as your opponent, you know, the opponent's like, oh, we just did this, and would be able to right away adapt to what you're doing and win out the game. And so I really think Horsemen need to think of something new and execute it differently.
I have to agree, and I think they will. I think that they will do something a bit more decisive early on, whether it's a more aggressive version of what we just saw B Gaming do, or a push towards the north, or a more aggressive like fight type composition, or more E5s, even maybe running some IS tanks in there to help a big sort of push composition. I think there's a lot of potential for different strategies. And on this map, there are 2 main ways to go about things, and then there's a third way, which is kind of middle of the road, which is what I call slow playing it, where you kind of go in between and then you take a small advantage and then you push one way or the other. But
I don't see Horsemen doing that for
I
some
don't
reason.
think so.
No.
So I think they're really going to decisively choose which capture point they like to contest, and they're going to build a composition around pushing that quickly. So
yeah, I'm just reading the lobby chat right now. Everyone's trying to sort out what they want to do. See if they could get their tanks all set up here. Yeah, but going into Game 6, this is a closer series than we expected.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and B Gaming is pulling their weight. They had a tough time on our first map, Mines,
Yeah.
but things are turning around now as we go into now our third map, and they've brought us already. We're going to a fourth map no matter what, and they're really just kind of keeping it steady with their strategies. They're not looking weak. You know, they looked very strong versus team efficiency. They're holding it together. We're seeing a different B Gaming today than what we saw from them on Monday.
Well, last week they were definitely off their game, but today, awesome. So here we go. I think we are ready now. We're going to get into game number 6. All right, welcome to game number 6. B Gaming versus Horseman. B Gaming with 2 points now on the board to Horseman's 3, and Horsemen are going to attack.
All right, tank list time. 2 E100s apiece, 215Bs, 3 of them for Horsemen, 2 for B Gaming. They're bringing the T57 Heavy, Conqueror, and a T54, whereas the Horsemen are going to bring just the T54 Lightweight, which I like so much, and the Bashat for that autoloader extra damage.
Already, we got shots, just kind of friendly fire, I suppose, shooting at buildings.
Not so friendly fire.
Okay, not so friendly fire, but they're still shooting at buildings. They're like marking territory. If they were like tank dogs, it'd be like the equivalent of peeing.
Sure, yeah. No, I mean it is. It's like, well, I just destroyed the building. It's mine. There's
my
proof.
building.
You ever watch the replay? It's like clearly mine. Staking out territory. We already saw it last game. We're seeing it again. A big push here again, though. This is what we're talking about. Horsemen moving together and committing, and they're going to commit to the center capture point number 2, and they're going to push the E100s in, and they're going to support them with the 215Bs. You know, we always talk about how there's like you either do this or you go to capture point number 1, but this is like the most textbook example of really committing to it.
Yeah, they are super. Again, Horsemen, very decisive plays. They were like, this is what we're going to do, and they follow through on it. And moving as a pack, you see the entire team is here.
Yeah.
And they're going to try to bring in this base capture down. I think we have another tank in here. No, not just yet. But this causes B Gaming to come out and play.
Yeah. Now the 215Bs are going to come from the side and give support. The autoloader, Spencer, was running over to distract them to try to gain more leverage in this capture point. Now notice they have to reset both tanks for it to go up to the 90s.
Right.
They were able to successfully do that for a moment, but it's starting to come back down.
And Gorilla is sitting there waiting. I feel like once they get the base capture down to a certain point, they could just pop in a third tank, and hopefully that'll be able to finish it off. But while this is going on, there's definitely a battle outside of this capture point.
Yeah, Faluso and Nipa are dueling, and we are going to see a big move in here from B Gaming.
Yes.
And this could actually just crush what's left of the tanks for Horsemen in this location. Jess Rex will fall quickly. Gorilla comes in, and Colin does take out Tamati. Til Matil will be taken out here as well.
Yes, he will. Actually, this might not be too bad for Horsemen, to be completely honest
Yeah,
with you.
a big commitment for B Gaming to run in here, but it doesn't actually pan out the way they want to. They won the inside of the capture point battle, but they might lose the war for what they sacrificed in order to do
Absolutely.
so.
Faluso is down quite low on that lightweight, but he's going to try to see if he can go around, do some damage before he dies. But yeah, everyone on B Gaming, they're not full of health. They're not all healthy tanks.
Yeah.
None is going to do some damage. Archon still has that 2,500 HP. Oh, and 7mm does go down. This is going to be a 3v4 battle.
And there's so much time left for Horsemen to clean things up.
Yep.
Samo goes down first. Archon can support none here. He's going to rotate back.
Be careful, Hiroshi. He's going to try to ram himself to do some damage, but Gorilla is in the back. He's going to try to focus fire him down. Faluso wow, Faluso.
Oh man, no one's going to die here
What
for
a
Horsemen.
cheeky little tank he is.
No one dies there for Horsemen at the end. That was pretty impressive, but that almost felt like a suicide attempt there by B Gaming. It's funny because it sounds actually crazy to say this, and there's no surrender in World of Tanks. It's like not part of competitive play. You don't actually like type /FF in the chat. If everybody agrees, like then you're like, all right, we go to the next map. But we have been seeing like this season a few teams like kind of just go, all right, let's move on to the next map and actually just kind of drive in. I think that's what we saw there. But yeah, that was a lot of effort to kill those E100s, which even to me initially looked like, oh, you know, they're really going to crush those E100s. They might gain some control here. But what happened on the outside was the problem. They didn't have the support of those 2-on-5Bs.
It's the two E100s held their ground. But all the other tanks were so focused on trying to reset that base capture timer that they completely just disregarded all the other tanks that were attacking them from the outside. And I think that's where B Gaming went wrong. But yeah, very well played by Horseman.
Really well played. But now we're going into our final regular map, Muravanka. Horseman is on match point, 1 win to take it all. So right now, Horseman needs to be in their best form. They need to win 2 games in a row to force that tiebreaker on steps. And this map is all about engaging in the center of the map. We see a lot of brawls here, a lot of objects and STB1s. Sometimes we see E5 sneak in, but pretty rarely. It's about mobility. It's like Steps. It's like Prokhorovka. It's one of those newer, more open maps. It's the kind of maps people like to watch, which is why I think these maps are kind of getting pushed into the map pools.
Well, let's take a look at this map.
All right, so as you guys can see, the map is open to a certain extent. There's not a lot of buildings in part of it, but there are a lot of small cottages and houses scattered throughout the map, especially in the center. And even the open parts have elevation to them. There are high grounds, low grounds, you know, high points and low points. And those are the points where you're going to see a tank engage and then dip back down where he's safe and stick his head back up. And it's a game where either it can be slow played around pushing a capture point, usually the one to the east, or you see big brawls occur around that town in the center.
Right, and I think this is important to note that the 2 base captures are very close to, it's very far, let's say, from the attacking spawn point, and so the attacking team really needs to make a decision. Which way are we going to go, or are we just going to take the fight right in the middle?
Yeah.
And where for defense, they can position themselves in a way where they can cover that whole area.
Exactly. It's much easier for the defense to kind of spread out and play slowly. Think of this map as like a rubber band. Like if you're on the attacking side spawns at the thin part at the top, and the defense side spawns at the thin part at the bottom. You know, you have to cross a large distance on the attack, whereas the defense can just sit and cover that same smaller area. But when you have an advantage as the attack, you can switch between capture points. You can rotate very quickly, unlike a map like Steps, where the capture points are very opposite of each other on the totally opposite side, or like Himmelsdorf, where it's like there's so much terrain in between the 2 capture points that if you attempt to capture one and fail, rotating to the other one is nigh impossible. So it's almost like there's one capture point. You know, there's a whole area where you can capture. This game is, again, most maps are, but this map in particular, more than some of the other maps, is almost always decided by elimination. And so that's going to be the most important factor.
All right, looks like B Gaming is going to be the one on the attack first, and the game is ready, so let's get into it. Welcome, guys. Here we are in set number 7. It is match point for Horsemen if they go ahead and take this. If they're able to defend, they will win.
Ooh, okay, so B Gaming, Japan Pride, okay, bringing 4 STB1s, but I like it. It says to me we are going in close quarters combat. We are going to go for a big fight. They're similar to the Object 140s, which is the tank lineup that we're seeing from the Horsemen. With those E5s I was talking about that sometimes get mixed in. 1 E5 for B Gaming. But the STB has the advantage that in a straight-up fight, when you're charging in like cavalry, you will have that extra frontal armor. And more consistent damage than an Object 140. The weakness of the STB1s are their long-range accuracy overall is pretty weak.
All right, Samo is going to go ahead and start this base timer. He's going to sit in there on his 1390, see if he can lure Horseman to come get him, basically, so that the rest of his team can pounce. But we will see if this tactic will work in favor of B Gaming. Remember, they need to win this game if they want to continue on.
Yep, they have to win both games on this map.
Right, if they want to get to a tiebreaker and even want, a point or two.
Well, Samo's already taken some damage. And again, Horseman is not taking the bait.
They're not.
Forcing Horseman to make mistakes has just simply not been a successful strategy in this series. They're just like simply not going to take risks that they don't need to.
Yeah, they are super patient. They learn to figure out that if they just wait on defense, they really don't have to do anything. They can win. So here we go. I mean, base, yeah, it's down to 68, but I mean, it doesn't really make a difference at this moment.
Especially because they have 3 turrets locked on their location. Spencer was there as well.
And I mean, even if Samo was repairing his stuff, he's still down.
All right, they're going to go for a rush here, it looks like. They're just going to put 3 tanks in there. There they go. And this is going to force a reaction out of Horsemen. But they're already so well positioned.
Yeah, they have the perfect view right now, and 7mm is just going to get chunked out. The E5 goes down. They don't even care about Samo on the 1390 at this point.
And, I mean, everyone is looking at this capture point. Everyone already was looking. And now here's the play. Can B Gaming turn this around by sending their STBs with Super Hiroshi to the right side to kill Gorilla?
Oh, gosh.
I mean even, probably not,
yeah,
right?
On their way, Super Hiroshi is getting chunked down. So is Taki. Yeah, Gorilla does go down, but they've definitely gotten hurt from that. It wasn't worth it. Samo does finally go down. It looks like 7mm also will soon. There he goes.
Yeah, and this is just starting to fall apart here. This is just B Gaming trying to overwhelm. However, Horsemen do take some losses as well.
Yeah, they do, and it's just kind of like a trade back and forth at this point. It is a 4v4. Again, Archon is being caught out.
And look at this again, the accuracy or the lack thereof for ST1s. Both Taki and Tiltil Badil should have a reasonably decent shot on Archon. They both miss. Archon does die to the 3rd shot, however. And Spencer he's an autoloader, but he's not a super tough one.
Okay, well, here we go. B Gaming held it together pretty well, I have to say, in that trade, and right now they are with the advantage.
Colin is key. He's the most important tank on this map right now. If they keep him alive, he's got the damage.
Oh,
he can kill Tamati right now.
Yeah, he healed himself up.
Oh, he's so low!
So low. I think he's just going to try to come around and kill him.
Spencer's going to go for the shot. Spencer, well, Spencer didn't need to. Colin finished him off. Spencer dies too, and Taki at a far distance is going to have a tough time.
Faluso is the next target. It looks like Taki is trying to kill him off. I don't know if Colin's going to be able to hold off 3 tanks, though.
Well, this is going to be the challenge of a lifetime. I think that B Gaming has basically sealed this one. But let's see. Let's see if Colin can actually pull this off.
Tiltil Matil, he's like, well, either I die or I capture this base or I bait you. So he wins by just sitting in that base capture no matter what.
And look at this, Tiltil Matil's positioning between these 2 dead tanks means that he's taking only frontal damage, which makes him insanely strong. Super Roshi's reloaded.
He is.
And that's going to be game. B Gaming will take the game, and they're going to put themselves on a 3-4 score. Well played. The chaos was too much for Horseman. I really thought the Horseman had that under control, but there was fights going on everywhere, and B Gaming actually coordinated really well.
They did.
They brought groups of 4 tanks to fight 1 tank or 2 tanks until eventually they had the tank advantage.
Wow. Yeah. During that brawl, like you said, we were watching it going, this doesn't look good for B Gaming. Oh, this looks great for B Gaming, and they were able to really work under pressure. That was great. Okay. So, next round, it's Horsemen on the attack now. And the score is what, 3-4?
Yes. So a win here for B Gaming will bring us to tiebreaker. Horseman wants to close this out. They need every point they can get. Now, obviously, so does B Gaming, but I mean, Horseman wants to now compete with Karen Tiger. They already beat them before. They want to get to the top of the ranking. They want to beat every other team. If you beat Karen Tiger, you want to say to the world, it wasn't a fluke. We can beat every other team too, except EL.
Maybe EL.
And so you want to get every single 3-point set you can, because when you beat Karen Tiger, you only got 2. So you want you're thirsty for these points. You want them. And B Gaming just got 3 points from defeating Team Efficiency. They'd love to pick up 6 points today. So this is an important match. Now, the only way either of these teams, well, the only way any team can get 3 points is if Horseman wins this game right now. Cannot lose anymore.
Yeah.
And if
I mean, I think if B Gaming went home with 2 points, that would still be an amazing day for them. 5 points on that ranking list. I mean, that's
Horseman
great.
is no easy team to beat right now. This would be a great day for their morale as well, I feel.
Yes, absolutely. So, okay, let's see. So we're back on Muravanka, and it's going to be Horseman on the attack. Do you think we'll see a similar tank lineup?
I would say, yeah, almost 100% the same. I think B Gaming is going to stick with their STBs, and I think that we're going to see a mixture of E5s and Object 140s coming out for Horseman. That's what I would guess.
Some bat shots in there.
Yeah, maybe.
For mobility and firepower.
For that extra firepower, which was a big game changer in that last game. The Batchat for B Gaming actually basically won them the game with its damage output. Was able to outmaneuver and outdamage everybody. That's one of the strongest tanks in Tier 10 is that Batchat because it's fast and it does a ton of damage. As long as you don't die, you're like the carry, you're the playmaker.
Just
the
don't
dealer.
die.
Don't die. Don't waste your rounds. Don't die. Don't miss. You can't go wrong.
It has very low armor, though. I mean, I'm just saying.
That's the don't die part.
Okay, sorry. All right, guys, here we go. We're going to get ready into the next game. Welcome back to beautiful Muravanka. Set number 8, B Gaming versus Horseman, and the score is so close. Horseman on match point, and they're going to be on the attack first.
So the Horsemen are throwing their E5s out the window. They're bringing the Batchat, 1390, so they've got 2 autoloaders with all their objects.
Wow.
And B Gaming is keeping it STB1, but running 2 E5s this time for extra longevity.
Yeah, these 140s, though.
I want to give the edge to B Gaming here. I'm kind of an STB1 fan, to be honest, but like I like their composition. I feel like it's more well-rounded. And I think they can use it a lot better versus what Horseman is bringing to the table.
Horseman with the Object 140s, obviously, I mean, and the Batchat and the AMX 1390, these are all they're faster tanks. I feel like they're going to utilize their mobility for surrounding and killing. I don't think this has anything to do with capturing points.
Well, I think that you're absolutely right. You know, and I think in theory this could work very well. Well, let's see how it does in practice.
Yeah, they just need to catch B Gaming off guard and be able to maneuver around them, make sure that they're not hit. So like you said, let's see if they can actually execute this with their tanks.
Nipa might get caught here. He's
all by himself?
He's hiding in the bushes. Okay, Gorilla's on the trail. Here he comes.
Here he comes. Oh, the Sixth Sense has gone off.
Look at that beautiful rendering of those bushes. Just, the texture is incredible.
It is really nice.
It looks like it looks
waving in the wind and everything.
It looks like I just want to touch it.
Go ahead.
Like I want to hide in that bush with Nipa. Like,
I just
want to be like Nipa. I just want to like really, Nipa's like really focused. I'm like Nipa, look at how beautiful this bush is. He's like, Wolf, I'm a pro gamer. He's like, I play on low settings. Like,
look at all that steam coming out of his tank, though. You don't want to be in that bush. I mean,
well, with a gas mask,
okay,
of course.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, Gorilla slowly trying to see if he can. Oh wow, see if he can take out Nipa, but Nipa hasn't moved at all. He's just hiding in that bush and hasn't shown himself. Another slow game, Wolf.
That's right. Not a single tank has taken any damage, but Super Hiroshi is vulnerable.
It's the name of the night. It's the slow and patient
It's
night.
the slow night. Like, let's go slow dance in that world of tanks. WGL Asia APAC Gold Series. Well, a lot of shots fired, but none connected.
Yeah, if we had like a theme song for tonight, it'd be one of those like ballad kind of songs, right?
Yeah, it might be like some Frank Sinatra sneaking in.
I like that. That's my kind of night. Some Frankie Sinatra. Oh, here we go. Gorilla, be careful. He does take some focus fire from B Gaming, and he's gonna have to back off quite a bit.
I know a lot of Tanks fans out there are hoping for the tiebreaker to occur, as that would mean the ultimate amount of Tanks content. Now Nipa is, careful Nipa, you can't get that far out of the bounds.
Man, yeah, he's getting focused on. And Gorilla is going to see if he can shoot straight down, and he needs to be able to lock into him though. Nipa, Spencer misses, takes a shot himself instead.
Oh, that was a bad shot.
Oh,
by Nipa,
here
though.
we go.
This is like what should be happening. Nipa should actually be punished for where he is, but instead, like,
he's pretty out in the open. Yeah, Spencer and Gorilla both should have a good.
They both have like a
him.
line of sight on him. I'm surprised this is actually occurring like this. Like Spencer is getting Shrek'd right now.
He really
and Gorilla like
is.
has to leave now too. He's like, oh, never mind.
Well, Nipa's the one who's going to finish off Spencer.
I feel like Horseman is getting some nerves here.
I don't know. Maybe it's even the terrain right now just seems to be in Gorilla's favor.
Yeah, I just feel like they're not playing like the Horseman that was playing literally 30 minutes ago.
Okay, Nipa does take a little bit of damage here, but that's not enough. He's still up and mobile, which means Gorilla, this last shot can kill Gorilla. I'm not sure why he's not taking it.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think he's scared if he misses it, then he's vulnerable.
Well, everyone's focused on Nipa. There we go.
Goes.
Colin, thank you. Finishing that off. Gorilla needs to get out of there and go somewhere else.
So don't be fooled, Tanks fans, by the hit points bars. It's still a very even fight. The raw power goes to B Gaming, and the raw hit points, obviously that's why they have a 3,000 hit point lead. But the mobility, again, goes to Horseman, and they can absolutely win a fight with that mobility. They just need to utilize it.
Right, and yeah, it boggles my mind why Gorilla was still sticking around in that area. And now the game has changed. We have a bunch of horsemen grouped together in the center of the village. Gorilla is going to make his way over to the capture point.
No.
I'm not sure if that's a...
Well, I don't think he's going to step into it.
I'm questioning Gorilla's moves this game.
I don't think he's going to step into it, because if he does, then he loses his stealth. Sort of like, they know exactly where he is. Horseman is like going to now back off and play passively. And this is the weakness. This is the weakness of an Object 140 composition, is the longer the game goes, and suddenly you're like, oh, we don't have the firepower to just fight them straight up anymore. It's like, we can outrun them, but they're already in perfect position. How do we there's like nowhere to run to, especially on the attack.
Okay, so it looks like Object 140s, these three tanks are going to try to go around, go back to their spawning point and see if they can regroup and figure out what to do. Because like you said, all they have really is the mobility on their side. The Batshat is alive, but the AMX 1390 is not.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's their damage.
Yeah, and the only tank that B Gaming has lost is the RU-251, and who cares about that one?
Who cares about that one?
I mean, okay, I do care. I do care. But it isn't a damage dealer, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this push here, if they can focus on the E5 and then retreat, that would be like... They need to like play guerrilla warfare right now, and they need to assassinate a tank and then run away like a group of ninjas.
Okay.
Meanwhile, that Just Rex, or excuse me, None is the one who's on this base capture, is taking it down. 75.
He's going to sit in this base capture, right? This is base capture number 2. But the rest of the team, I mean, the rest of the team, they're closer to base capture number 1. I'm not sure what they're trying to do here with B Gaming.
Well, I mean, they don't have a tank composition that can challenge this composition. They can't do it. They just simply cannot do it. Like, EL Gaming could do it without question, right?
Right.
It's the only team in the world, though. Like, Horseman is looking at this like,
Oh,
like,
gosh,
I think we lost this game. I don't think we utilized our mobility in the early game, which is where it's most important.
Just Rex is getting pretty wrecked.
Dead.
He's just dead. You're
He has
right.
3 health. I don't think we've ever... That's like a new record of surviving tank health.
I think so, too. He didn't survive, though, at the end of the day. So now, yeah, Object 140s, they're going to have to come in and try to take this fight, but...
Versus STBs in position and 2 E5s. Good luck.
Yeah.
You're also outnumbered,
It's
PS.
all, yeah, I was going to say, PS, there's only 3 of you and 5 of them. I'm not sure how this is going to work out. But Horseman, The only bet they have is to focus fire onto one.
Here's
tank,
another
but-
issue too, Susie. There's only 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock, and Horseman's on the attack. Like, we're running out of time.
Yeah. B Gaming played this one out pretty well. And like you said in the very beginning, just the composition looked like B Gaming was definitely had the edge.
We're going to a tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Gorilla and Faluso, the last man standing. Faluso is going to surrender.
Yes, he is. He's like, all right, guys, just blow me up. Where's Gorilla? You know, I'm wondering if Gorilla hadn't just sat there and he really took those shots onto the RU-251 early, do you think that the pace of the game might have changed?
I think so, and I think that would have allowed them to use their mobility to a higher extent. The 2 tanks that were focused on 1 tank that couldn't get a kill removes 2 out of your 7 tanks.
Yeah.
Now, I'm like not a statistician, but that's like a large percentage of your tanks. Okay, that's 2 out of 7 tanks.
Gorilla just took way too much damage in the very beginning, especially because, they were all Object 140s.
Like, what if I told you guys, like, 2 out of 7 days of the week you, like, couldn't eat dinner? All right, that'd be, like, pretty upsetting, okay? That's a pretty big deal, right? 2 out of 7 of your tanks are gone. That means that you're not utilizing your mobility. You've trapped 1 tank 2v1, and you can't kill it, and so it's out of position. But so your 2 tanks that you have are like just locked onto this 1 tank that's not even a real threat.
Yeah.
And then you've got the rest of your tanks kind of waiting for you to regroup, and then everyone's already in perfect position in between the capture points with E5s and STBs that you cannot challenge. You cannot challenge that.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. So I feel like Horseman has like lost the mental game here. Something has gone wrong between Himmelsdorf and Muravanka, and now we're going on to steps. And I was given the edge to Horseman like all the way, but I have to give the edge to B Gaming right now, to be honest.
Either way, both teams do go home with some points tonight.
Yeah, 2
Whether
or 1.
2 or 1.
They're fighting for those 3.
Yeah, who's going to take it? I don't know, but we are on steps, and we haven't got a notification on who is going first as attack. But let's go ahead and look at the map here.
So steps, as you guys saw earlier in our previous series in the second map, it's an open map. We have seen strategies entailing pushing the tank up the cliff, which one of our viewers like to call the King of the Hill strategy, a name I think is pretty appropriate. But
I like to push the tank up the hill, but I guess King of the Hill sounds cool.
We can use both interchangeably.
Okay.
But we talked about this before. The capture points on this map are very far away from each other. It's harder to rotate if you don't have a very mobile tank composition, which is why Object 140s and STB1s are the kings of this map, along with the Batshats, which are quick and good damage dealers. The Batshat is basically like the new 1390 of last season, if you want to compare it. And the map is very much an aggressive map, although the onus is sometimes on the defensive team to do that King of the Hill, push the tank up the mountain strat, and then the game slows down because it's harder to be aggressive. You're not going to try to approach a team that's got tanks in an untargetable location. So anything could happen here, but it's definitely, I'm thinking, going to be a longer game. And I have to give B Gaming the edge because mentally and momentum-wise, they are absolutely in the lead, in my opinion, right now.
Yeah, this is new. Like I said, last time we saw them play, they didn't do very well at all. And today they just kind of came back with a vengeance almost.
And this will be our second tiebreaker of the season. This means Horseman is now involved in both tiebreakers.
Wow.
They won against Karen Tiger, so they have a positive record in tiebreakers currently, but versus B Gaming now, who knows what could happen. They definitely made some questionable choices in that last series on Muravanka.
I have to say, they did. Horseman, I don't know, I still want to give them the edge. Maybe they just kind of wanted to get to that tiebreaker. Maybe this is the push they need to win it out and get those 2 points.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as we get these teams into the map and our administrators confirm the tank lists and that all players' settings are ready and correct.
All right, it looks like one of the members of B Gaming had to reboot, and so we're just going to wait on that. We're going to wait for player to make sure that he's connected well, and maybe that was, no, Horseman, that was Gorilla. It's like maybe there was a connection issue. That's why Gorilla wasn't shooting or like,
Nah.
I don't know. I'm
It's like,
still trying to figure it out.
one of B Gaming's players is disconnecting. That's why Horseman's not doing well. I'm like, what are you talking about, Susie?
No, I'm just saying like maybe before there was some kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, no, something feels fishy. Something feels a bit off.
It does feel off. I wish I could ask him what was up with that, but you know, I don't speak Taiwanese.
We didn't have the first person view of like what was obstructing his view perhaps or what.
That is very true. That is very true. So I think they are ready. I know Horsemen are ready.
Horsemen are ready. It looks like we're waiting on
B Gaming.
7mm says ready, and it is time.
For the tiebreaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, who is going to go home with 2 points?
I don't know. You're going to say B Gaming. I'm going to say Horseman.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see who wins this. I'll bet you a coffee on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shake
we got
on
this.
it.
Okay,
we did it. All right. Let's do it.
All right. Here we go. Next game. Welcome to the second tiebreaker game of the season, set number 9 on steps. It looks like B Gaming, they're going to be the ones to take the attack first.
Now, we do see Horseman has had enough of the all object comps. They're going to bring an E5 and an STB1 this time, so they're like, they have a little bit more longevity if things go awry. It's actually B Gaming that's going to be running the purely 140 composition this time with 2 T54s instead of bringing the 1390. And they're going to, of course, have that bat shot for extra damage. And look what we have here. It looks like None is king of the hill.
Aw, he's going to win that. But it's almost like B Gaming knew that they're just going to start taking shots over there.
They're actually aiming for the hill.
Yeah,
they're actually
are
aiming for that exact location.
They know the location very well. This is
look at this.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Nun's like, wait, stop. They're like,
no, don't put me up there.
This has never happened before in Asia. This has literally never happened before.
This is so cool. Now, B Gaming is going to move away. They didn't even get to do their King of the Hill because they know that they've been found out.
This is actually so smart because they see the tank comp and they're like, nah, like they're going to play more defensively. We need to do something early. And they're not going to let them do what they want. And this is really cool because this is the kind of meta shift where we start to see these teams get like really smart and they're like, well, if they're doing this, we might actually just get a free kill and totally ruin their strategy. What if you have a tank stuck on top of a tank husk and you can't even like get down?
That would be hilarious. Yeah, now Horsemen are like, oh, shoot, we need to figure something else out. While B Gaming, they're like, all right, well, we've done our job. Let's go around and execute our plan. We're on the attack. Super Hiroshi, he's gonna go ahead on that really fast bat shot and scout out as he can. He's gonna hide in that bush. He's away from the pack. And we can see that B Gaming, they're gonna go around the western side.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to get position with these Object 140s versus Horsemen's position currently. But again, they have that rotation power. Spencer going to be the one that's probably going to see them first.
I don't know. Yeah, well, B Gaming, they look like they're going straight for base capture number 1 at this point.
Yeah, and they're going to go in, you know.
Do you think they're going to rush it?
I don't think so initially. But they might leave 1 tank in there and then form up. It looks like one of the Object 140s is going to be the tank to go in there. I don't know if he's staying in there. No, it looks like he's not yet.
Yeah, but it definitely gave away their location. They wanted Horsemen to know and see if they could start attacking them on that side. But again, Horsemen have been playing super patiently, and both of these teams know that 2 points are on the line. Nobody wants to make any rash decisions.
Yeah. Well, this is a really risky move by B Gaming.
This is amazing.
It's funny because this map is being played so differently than what it was like last season. Like last season we had tanks that would zone, either IS-3 sometimes get teched in, T-32. We're seeing basically, we're basically just seeing like blobs of tanks fighting each other far away.
Yep.
And spreading out.
and hoping to hit. I mean,
Yeah, accuracy is the name of the game on this map right now.
I mean, connecting your shells, I guess, is important, but
especially if you're making a shell necklace. But yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, obviously connecting your shells. Sorry, I had to do that. But
seashells?
Like if you're making a shell necklace of any kind, connecting your shells is important.
I don't think I've ever done that before.
Wolf. But if you're firing an object 140 across the map, hoping to hit, connecting is even more important. It's just more difficult because making a shell necklace is actually a kindergartner's project. But this is like, I mean, they tried to get some shots off. It failed. Now they got to rotate all the way across the map. Time has been wasted.
Yeah,
we're now down to 5:30.
I was going to mention that. A lot of time has been wasted. Now it's down to 5:30, like you said. And B Gaming, they need to do something about it. Spencer on that 1390 still zipping around, trying to scout out for his team, but I'm not sure what B Gaming can do. Their initial plan of trying to get rid of that one tank that was playing King of the Hill, I mean, it was good because they stopped the strategy, but at the same time, they didn't actually get to take him out.
Yeah. And that cost them time too.
So here's the entire team moving together, minus one of the T-54s. That's all the way up north. They left him behind. There's 7mm all the way over on the other side of the map. Yeah. But it looks like B Gaming, they're just going to try to come around and see if they can pick off tanks near base capture number 2.
They're down a tank.
They are.
They're running an Object 140 comp versus STB with an E5 support. Now this is not impossible, mind you.
Well, they might be doing this and then see if they can get 7mm to
like if they can kill.
Yeah, if 7mm baits them to face him over there, and the rest of them try, you know, they clean up shop. That would be
if they can like kill
amazing.
Spencer right now or none. If they can get just even one kill, the game changes. Here we go. They're gonna try for it.
They're gonna try for it. Here we go. Oh,
everyone is facing the wrong direction. You're exactly right, Susie.
Yep. Here we go. None is going to be the first one to be focused fired down, and he is dead. Look at that precision. That was very well done. Just Rex is going to be the next one. Yeah, 7mm, completely trying to bait them to go the other way.
And this is why these comps are more popular on this map versus a map like Ruinberg or Moravanka, is because there's so much space to work with. Mobility is so important.
This is beautifully done by B Gaming.
Now let's see if Horseman can survive here.
Yeah.
You know, it's 1 point or 2 points. That whole extra point is on the line in this one game. It's all going to be decided. But it starts to look like B Gaming has it under control.
Oh, 7mm does go down. So their bait is dead. Taki takes quite a bit of damage. It looks like Horsemen are trying to turn around and do the same tactic on their opponents right now. And
they're just overwhelmed now.
Yes, now they are overwhelmed. Colin falls, and Horsemen, they were pretty strong in the early game, especially on mines. I can't believe they're falling apart like this.
They got distracted by one T-54. 7mm like drew them out just by himself.
That was
all they needed to actually have every member on Horseman's back turn to the real problem.
Yes, and that was very smart by B Gaming. That was actually a plan that was executed so perfectly. Wow, there goes Faluso, and Spencer is the last one left. Spencer, come on, man.
Spencer, let's see what you got, man. Mitchell's like, if I survive for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I gotta capture the base. You got a kill.
Oh, he did get a kill.
Neepa knows exactly where he is.
He's just like.
Oh, look at that! Also a huge shot by Tiltel Mattel. Oh, Spencer! Spencer! Yeah. Spencer's like, no, I got this. Don't doubt me. Well, is he gonna get this?
He's not gonna get this.
I think he almost got that.
It was either that or a base capture, right? So, anyway. Wow, that was an incredible comeback by B Gaming.
Really well done. Good rotation. A goofy strategy, like, oh, let's have them focus on 7mm. They went underneath, basically. They were like under the water like sharks.
Yes.
They went underneath that lower area, that little dip in the ground, where they couldn't be spotted or sixth sensed. Everyone was looking the other way. Then they popped up, focused down none, and then just spread out and had good focus firing overall. The chaos in that moment,
totally overwhelmed Horseman.
We saw that happen again in these kind of fights where Horseman just kind of can't deal with the multitasking. They're surprised by something and just falls apart.
I'm actually very surprised, though. I mean, early in the game, Horseman showed up super strong, but I guess, yeah, B Gaming. Good job, guys. All right. Well, that was an incredible second series of the night. We're going to take another short 10-minute break, and we will be back with Immortals versus Super Noobs.
Do it! Let's go. We've killed a friendly.
Welcome back, guys. It's been an incredibly long evening. Wow, that second series, I can't believe that.
That series like sapped all my energy, so like please allow me to recover. Let me use my consumables I've got in my pocket right now to come back to life as we go into a final best of 9, best of 8 with tiebreaker potential, if you want to use the official term.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Super Noobs versus the Immortals.
Yes, and Super Noobs again have been looking really, really good this entire season. They just kind of came out of nowhere, and I'm gonna have to see how Immortals are gonna handle it.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at these rosters. Let's kind of get this out of the way so you guys can remember these teams haven't played in a little while. The Immortals played really well last season. I think got top 4. Just barely there at the end. They've got such great players such as Sun, Hades, Ningyo, Reaper, the Catan, the Sirius.
Right.
Unreal Rogue taking a more aggressive role, actually playing more often this season than last season. Tom Hager is the new guy as well that's on the block, and he is actually a great player on the tier 8s.
Absolutely, and I mean this team, again, Immortals, they're a team that likes to hard push. So this may be an interesting thing. Actually, you know what? Both teams do.
Yeah.
Super Noobs and Immortals, they are teams that really like to get all up in your face. So this might be a pretty exciting series. But yeah, these guys showed us some great games last season, and I expect to see the same today. Here are the Super Noobs, though.
Super Noobs have great players such as Ironhide, the best tank player. He's the greatest on Himmelsdorf. NT-Lock,
Yes.
great auto load player. Tangharai also fills a similar role. Ricky, a good support type player, off on the 215B. This team really impressed us on Monday, and I feel like they're going to show up today and do something similar.
Absolutely. I mean, NT-Lock was MVP last time we watched them play. This guy, he just knows how to avoid all the shots and make the perfect ones. So he's definitely a person you want to take a look at and keep your eye on as we go into the next games.
So something to talk about the Super Noobs for, I said this on Monday, but I dubbed them the smartest team in the league. And the reason why I say that, I mean, it's a bit facetious of me to like say such crazy statements, but their decisiveness was real. It was like suddenly everyone could decide, okay, we're going to capture point 1 right now. We're focusing these tanks, and from 2,000, 3,000 hit points deficits, being down 2 tanks, they make the perfect plays with like the ultimate precision and just win games that looked unwinnable. And I felt like, I don't know who's really calling these shots, but whoever it is making the right choices. I would not want to be the Immortals right now going up against this team.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at the maps that they've chosen to play on. We have Mines, then Himmelsdorf, then we've got Prokhorovka, I said it, and Ruinberg, and then the tiebreaker is going to be on Ghost Town.
Yep, that's right. So could be a fiery start on Mines, our first map. And one thing to notice on Mines, I've been noticing a lot, and as a commentator, I always look for these patterns of how teams are playing and how things change. The big key thing that's been happening on Mines is when we have that engagement at the mine itself, is where does the bat chat go? Does it sneak by? Does it get in the corner? Does it get that damage done? That seems to be kind of the key factor in who wins that initial fight. And what we've seen, especially today, is every time the team won the initial fight, they won the game. They got enough of an advantage where they could either win by just simply finishing them off there, or slowly using that advantage over like a 10-minute period of time to eke out that win.
All right, it looks like all the tanks are loaded. We're going to just get the okay from the producers to let us know when game 1 is going to start. I think it's going to start right now. All right, guys, welcome to set number 1, the Immortals versus the Super Noobs, and the Immortals are going to go ahead and attack first.
Alrighty, let's take a look at these tank lists. For the Immortals, a 215B, 3 E5s, a Batshat, of course, on this map, an Object 140, and a T54 Lightweight. And on the other side of things, a very similar lineup, no Batshat for the Super Noobs, but 4 E5s and a T54 Lightweight.
Yeah, okay. So let's see if they're going to go ahead and contest this mine.
It doesn't look like the Super Noobs want to be as aggressive with it because they don't have that Batshat. But they are going to actually do it anyways. Now, that bash shot I'm talking about is the Sirius, and it's always easier on the attack side to get in there first. Let's see if he can make those plays I was talking about.
Okay, both teams are going to get to that main road into the mine, but again, it's not that big of a brawl as we expected. Some shots have been fired, but nothing really connecting as of right now.
Rap taking just a little bit of damage. The
But
E5s, of course, make it more difficult to aggressively push into this location. You can't just focus fire on those down in a second. It takes a little bit more time than that.
They are utilizing the terrain for defensive purposes. And again, neither team really wants to get in there and start the crazy shootout.
Yeah.
like
Finally,
how-
Ironhide takes a shot.
Yeah, I like how Rap and Reaper here just keep going back and forth, making sure that no one's out in front for too long. Ironhide takes a little bit of damage, and he's like, I'm leaving now.
Rap and Reaper, like the rap duo on mines.
Rap and Reaper.
They're like gonna have a rap battle with Tiebreaker. They're like, she is some. I don't know. I can't rap. I'm not doing it. I was like about to go there. I'm
Yeah,
like, nah.
let's not try. Let's not try. Spare the viewers' ears, please.
Yeah, that was the best choice. So it ends up being a really even trade so far, and this goes back to the E5s. You walk into that nest of E5s, it's not like there's any going back. You're gonna take terrible, terrible damage and be hindered forever if you walk into that trap.
Yeah.
What's really interesting is the Sirius didn't actually come up into the battle. He's coming around the back.
Yeah, the bat shot is not here right now. It looks like the rest of the team trying to keep everyone busy, while the bat shot maybe wants to come around and
Hit some tanks from behind,
yeah.
or perhaps just threaten the capture point. A risky endeavor, but it could work out.
It could work out. Hades is down to about half HP at this point. And yeah, just taking very calculated shots back and forth. No crazy movements just yet. You guys can see here, yeah, it's a standoff. Everyone's just looking for that perfect shot to take to chip away at their opponent.
Yeah. Very, very patient here.
This is different. I really expected them to go all out. These two teams are known for that.
Yeah, I feel like they're both a bit timid because of the compositions, but I feel like maybe, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but I feel like maybe next game we'll see that.
Ooh.
Tangroy taking a lot of damage.
Tangroy needs to back away just a little bit. Kong Sun is going to get in front. He has a little bit more health on him, and yeah, right now it's like slow and steady.
Yeah.
I guess slow and steady wins the race.
I never really touched on this, but I believe the Super Noobs are mostly from Vietnam as well. So this is kind of like two teams from a similar region.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But they may be very familiar with each other's playstyles, and as a result are respecting that. And like everyone's like, oh well, he's expecting us to do this, so let's do the opposite. Maybe both teams are kind of doing the opposite of what they would normally do, just simply because of that. Pretty deep of me to say that, but I mean it's totally possible. But it's ending up being like a very, very slow and steady wins the race kind of game here.
Yeah, all right. We have the Katana and the Sirius are going to pull away and try a different tactic.
Hien sees him though, but
Yeah.
he's not going to last long against that.
No, you never know. He is on the lightweight. He could run away if he needs to right now. Hien realizes he's a little late. Katan takes a bit of damage as well, the two lightweights.
I think they bumped into each other. I think that was perhaps a mistake, unless there was just something wrong with our UI there. They kind of did some friendly fire there.
Yeah, Katan did heal himself up a little bit, but is down to 21 health again. And the Sirius, he needs to, he's got shells. He needs to start.
The thing is, he doesn't have a good angle on Hien, who's now going to try to assassinate Katan. This is a risky move. I don't know if I agree with this one.
Oh, well, he does. He still manages to do so. He takes a little bit of damage, but oh gosh, okay, never mind. So the lightweights are gone at this moment.
Oh, Ironhide is
Ironhide-
coming. He's like, you thought it was only on heavy tanks. I'm on an Object 140 now.
All right, Sirius has One more shell, and now he's out. He's got the
dead.
reload timer. Ironhide is like, wait, I'm just going to finish you off while you can't attack me.
Dead tank walking, dead tank treading on thin water. Literally, he was like in the shallow water there, treading while he was dead. This puts a huge advantage to Super Noobs tank-wise at a 6-5. And I like their positioning. And don't forget, they're also on the defense as this time has expired quite a bit.
Yep, 4 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. And yeah, I mean, still very steady shots. Slow and steady, as we have been saying.
Yeah. This is the World of Tanks version of the tortoise and the hare, where no hare appears.
They're all just tortoises. There are no tortoises in
Yeah.
this game. What are you talking about?
Well, all right. Well, we'll see what happens on Humble Story.
All right, Hades is the next one to go down. Now there are only 4 tanks remaining for the Immortals. And Immortals, yeah, they're going to have to figure something out. Because at this point, they're down tanks, and it doesn't look like they can capture a base point at all. It's a slow death.
Slow death.
Super Noobs have been very accurate in hitting the tanks that they're aiming at.
Yeah, I mean, I said this on Monday, but they're almost like fencers. Like, any moment any part is exposed, they will hit it. Tom Hager actually getting that ricochet. That was nice. Probably unintentional, but still.
Yep, Rap takes a little bit more damage. Everyone just it's just a chip down until you're dead kind of game.
Yeah, and Super Noobs, why would they ever just push in to try to finish them off when they have time on their side?
Yep, and Reaper goes down. Now it is a 3v6.
I guess they might now just do it.
All right, finish the game off, boys. Super Noobs are going to go in. Here's NT-Lock. He's like, all right, guys, I'm here. We can do this. NT-Lock is going to see if he could take down Rap. I think Rap was the closest one to them.
Tom Hager's gonna get killed here by Ironhide from behind. Rap will be the next to fall to Tongarai, it looks like, and then
Sun is the last one standing. And once all these tanks come in, Sun will go down as well. That was clean. I mean, that was a very clean game. It was a slow and steady, everyone kind of chipping off each other, but Super News with the edge at the end.
that's kind of a scary thing, right? Like when there was no like extraneous factors. It was like as like macro of a game as you can get, like a slow, careful, like take no risk sort of game.
Yeah.
And you get killed that cleanly. That's worrisome. That's when in game number 2, you do the more aggressive strategy that we expected. I think that's when in game number 2 you're like, all right, like maybe 1 E5, a lot more object tanks, let's take control, and even bring a 50B. That would be crazy, but like, something a bit more aggressive, because in the slow game,
I think so.
Super Noobs, they were doing it right.
Right, and Super News being on the attack now, I feel like it will be a little bit faster of a rush. Like you said, tanks with more firepower, they might come in and be like, well, if we could win the slow game, I think we can win the faster one.
Yeah. Right, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
That's basically what it comes down to.
It's basic, but true, what you just said there. And I'm like so stoked to see what the tank lineup is going to be for Immortals, because I feel like I'm excited to see them change it up and do something more aggressive. I mean, we're switching sides as well, which gives them more opportunities, but if they don't do it, I'm going to be kind of disappointed. By the way, we didn't talk about this, but we have a really cool holiday background in the client, and if you guys haven't logged in a while, check it out, because there's some really cool lights and things like that. It gets you in the holiday spirit. And that's always a cool thing. It's one of the things Wargaming does to make everyone happy, because it's the end of the year.
It's the end of the year.
We're only a few weeks away from 2016, and it's been a good year for tanks here in Asia. EL getting second place, having a good experience. I became a World of Tanks caster along with you.
It has been a really interesting year, and like we said, we have one more week until we're actually casting on New Year's Eve. Not New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve.
Yes.
And so you guys can enjoy your Christmas Eve at home with us with more tanks. I wish I had that list of what games are going to be played on that day, but yeah, this is kind of cool. Like we said, over the first season, we didn't really have many holidays that we could celebrate, and now we've already come to 2.
Yeah, and we got the cool holiday background, everything else. I'm really grasping at straws here because I'm not sure the game's not starting, but I mean the holiday background is quite cool.
The garage with the lights and everything, that's kind of
Yeah, I'm trying to read what it says, but it's too blurry.
Yeah, our screens are not exactly the best. But anyway, it looks like all the tanks are ready. The teams are ready to go, and we're going to go straight into game number 2. All right, guys, welcome back to Mine. Set number 2, Immortals versus the Super Noobs. Super Noobs took that first game, and now they're going to be on the attack.
All right, so
You're right. The E3 crowd is here.
E3s.
I'm sorry, the E5s.
I was gonna say I don't see any, but
Oh,
I
my
might have
bad.
missed it. We're gonna see a 215B from the Immortals, and that's really interesting because it's not standard. We're also going to see Super Noobs run 3 E5s, 3 140s, and a T54 lightweight, so no room for autoloaders here.
Oh, this is interesting. So instead of rushing the mine, we have a couple of the Object 140s and the lightweight going towards the lighthouse and into the island position. It's almost like Hien knew that the Sirius was going to be there on his own lightweight and decides to take some shots. Wow.
Wow, good accuracy here, insane accuracy.
Really, really well done.
Because this is like not supposed to happen. The Sirius like made no mistakes there. He was totally in a safe place. Like that's not a risky place to be. It's a risky place to be when Super Noobs is against you and they don't miss any shots.
Wow, Ironhide from the lighthouse is going to clean that up, and already with a minute into the game, the Sirius is down. Immortals only has 6 tanks to really battle this out.
Now the E5s can roll into this location. The Catan is exposed. He's wanting to take that slide. He needs to take that slide out. I think he was trying to, but something went wrong. It was behind the tree. I couldn't really see.
Something went wrong, and now he's got 3 tanks.
He's basically dead.
Yeah, he's got 3 tanks focusing on him. Tankeroy's going to take that shot, and there he goes. Wow, 1 by 1. And then there were 5.
That's right. So, important for the Immortals is they didn't lose any of their E5s. Well, maybe I spoke too soon.
Okay, Hades, you gotta have to be careful. He's gonna hide behind the husk of this dead tank.
Unfortunately, that dead tank doesn't have a turret on top
No,
of it.
it does
fell
not.
off, so this is not a good place to get cover.
And Hades, one more shot, and that's going to be it. There you go. Tankeroy is cleaning up everything. And then there were 4.
Well, this is like a systematic destruction here.
This is like an Agatha Christie novel right here.
Well, this is like when Walter White kills the prisoners in the jail, like one by one. There's like a montage, like there's like some classic music playing in the background, like Frank Sinatra singing or something. We're just like watching all the immortal tanks die one by one. I'm like, this is really sad.
This is really sad. There's like violin music going on. Rap goes down, Reaper goes down. Oh my goodness. It's almost like Immortals just did not have a chance at all this game.
Look at this. They're like going in from all angles. Tom Hager and Son there's no hope.
Wow, everyone is just going to come and surround them. Tom Hager, Son, you guys are stuck behind this little boulder here, and you're just going to get shot down. Not a single member of Super Noobs have gone down. There's all 7 of them still, and this is amazing. There's no way Son can move out of this position.
Down
Super
he goes.
Noobs going to take a very convincing game number 2.
A much more aggressive game there. I thought it was going to be the Immortals that took the aggression. And honestly, it wasn't like the Super Noobs went for an aggressive push or like they tried to force a fight. They just had way better accuracy when it came to the water side, the waterfront. And they picked off Sun, I believe it was, or Hades, like instantly. And then it's like you just take more and more good fights from there. And Sun wasn't even out of position. He was like up on the high ground. Was it Nian? I can't remember which player it was, but it was like up on the high ground in a safe place with a good vantage point. And he just got shot from across the map from Ironhide, and then he had to move, and then he was out of position, he just got killed. Then the next E5 gets pushed out of position, gets killed, and it's like, well, now it's 5v7. Sorry, guys.
It was over before it started.
We also control the map. Like, you guys pushed into a corner. There's no mobility for you.
That was just super well played by Super Noobs. I
Yeah.
hate using the word super, but that was super.
That was nasty. Okay.
Okay.
That was like,
Are we gonna go with that?
whoa. Like, that wasn't safe for work. I hope nobody's watching this at work. I hope nobody's children was watching this broadcast what we just saw there. Okay. That was like, that might have been against the rules what we just saw there. Like is it in the rule book that someone can have that good of an accuracy with an object 140 across the map? Is that even fair?
I don't know, man. I don't even know. But
Like that's when Immortals types PP in the chat. They're like, "Can I have a pause, please?" Like, did he really just hit me from there?
I need a was it strategical pause? Just
I need
like
a pause, and the man's like, "What's going on?" He's like, "I need to pinch myself, make sure I'm not dreaming right now."
Well, next map is going to be on Himmelsdorf, and like we've been saying, Himmelsdorf, just one of those maps where we just start seeing crazy strategies. So we're gonna have to see if Super Noobs, you know, they seem to have this figured out. They seem to know their opponent pretty well at this point.
I think Super Noob's gonna play super standard. Oh god, you got me on the super now.
Right, the super thing.
Defense first for
Immortals.
Immortals. Okay. Well, on the defense, I expect Super Noobs to run 2 Conquerors. They're gonna have 1 IS-7. They're gonna have 1 IS-4. They're gonna have 1 E100 and like 2 FV215Bs.
Are you giving away their strats? I don't think that's allowed.
I think that I'm just predicting.
Okay.
Like tank for tank. Also 1390. No, 1390. That's on the attack. On the defense, they're gonna have the Conquerors. They're gonna emulate EL. They're gonna play standard. But for the Immortals, I don't know. I think they're gonna try some shenanigans. I think we're gonna see some tank destroyers. I think we're gonna see some pushes up to the castle, and.
Okay, like we said, it's Super Noobs on the attack first. So considering that's an attack, they'll probably have like I don't see them having the IS-4 on the attack.
Probably not. Probably less likely. They could bring 215Bs. Could bring a 1390. I think probably as their filler tank.
E100s.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 just for that extra pushing power.
Right.
That's where you want to put those tanks in the corner capture. You don't want to put your FV215Bs in there. That's not what you do. That's what you do when you want to lose your tank for free and go, oops, that was the wrong tank. I thought it was an E100, but it wasn't.
Oops, I thought that was something else. But yeah, it looks like everyone is pretty much ready to go. Himmelsdorf, we're going to have to see what kind of crazy strats. Or, like you said, maybe they will just play it to the book.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to against this team that can, like, bullseye you across the map.
Yeah, they were pretty accurate. All right, looks like the game is locked and loaded. We're going to go ahead onto Himmelsdorf, game number 3. Alrighty, game number 3, Immortals versus Super Noobs. Super Noobs up 2 games now and on the attack once again.
All right, let's take a look at these tank lineups. Let's start with the Super Noobs on the attack. They're going to run a 50B, 2 E100s, 2 215Bs, an IS-4, that's a bit weird, and the 1390 I was predicting. And the Immortals are actually going to run the super standard EL comp with the 50B, 2 E100s for safety, the IS-4 to block the corner cap, the IS-7 to block the railroad side, a 50B for the damage, you know, like I was saying, and then the 2 Conquerors. Because that's how you do it.
That's just how you do it.
That's how you do it. That's the way. That's just the way it's done.
That's the rule book that EL Gaming must have written and they read.
All right, here's a Conqueror looking at that bunker point. It's a bit early for that.
Yep, and like you said, so here's the 2 E100s. They're going to see if they can make sure they man the A6 capture point.
Reaper and Rap have broken up. Tom Hager's now with Rap. They're together in the capture point.
Reaper's still close by. He can't let Rap be there by himself.
He's like, I'm moving on, but I will watch over you.
So yeah, now it's just the Super Noobs need to figure out which way they want to go, because as of right now, it looks like Immortals has positioned themselves that they can have a good eye on both capture points. It's Super Noobs' move, and Tang Roy is just gonna swing around these roads. Right now, the team is talking like, guys, what do you want to do? What do you think? Let's just take shots.
They're actually aggressively pushing the courtyard, which is interesting. I can't see what tank is up on the high ground actually on my monitor right now on the castle, but I'm guessing it's probably the 1390. No, it's not actually.
No, it's not.
It is. I'm looking. I'm like counting all the tanks on the map.
Ooh.
It's a 2 and, no, it's not a 215B.
All right, well, hold that thought. Kong-san does take a little bit, he shoots over at Tom Hager, is able to connect,
Oh, it's the 50B. Of course it's the 50B. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. We can see that Hades, the IS-7, like you said, is going to be in that train station.
The
Make
50.
sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. The 50B is gonna try to get a shot on these E100s. If he can get the angle while the E100 is looking the wrong way, because that's where they're vulnerable, is right underneath their, like the neck of the tank, if you will, underneath its top little turret.
Right, and the 1390 right now has started that base capture. There he is behind the depot, 72 seconds left on that timer. And I like this little depot positioning because obviously it gives him good cover from the train station where Hades is.
All right.
He's gonna try to shoot over at Ironhide. Ironhide doing a very good job of
Ironhide's on
avoiding this.
IS-4. He's like never gonna take damage ever.
He's like, well, if you can hit me, great.
He's like, you guys are the immortals. He's like, no. I am immortal.
All right, 1390. Yep, you're gonna have to move now, buddy. He is.
Yep. Well, Rap gets a kill meanwhile. That's a big point.
That is a big point. Hien is going to
He's actually just
probably
gonna
take some damage from Hades here, except Ironhide is right behind him to be able to give him some cover.
If they actually kill Hades here, it's worth it. It's absolutely worth it.
Yep, Tom Hager does go down somewhere else on this map, and Hades down very low. Ironhide's like, nope, just wait 1 second. I'm gonna blow you up. There you go. He goes down, and Ironhide sitting there. Base capture starts again.
You know, this is the kind of trade that ends up being very favorable. If you trade your IS-7, your tier 10 damage absorber.
Anti-lock with that snipe. He goes ahead and kills a member of the Immortals. Now there are only 3 left standing.
And with 2 shots left on Anti-lock, the Sirius is not going to last long.
No, he's not. Anti-lock is going to go into the courtyard now, see if he can help out.
Oh,
help out with Reaper, I guess not. But yeah,
Sirius
it's now.
is going to die next, and Super Noob's going to take a quick win here on Himmelsdorf.
This is probably one of the faster games on Himmelsdorf that we've seen.
Yeah.
And where is Sun? They're going to have to go find him.
You know what? This is so unlike Sun. Last season, he was the #1 popular guy. He was like on the cover of all the magazines. Everyone hunted him down first, but now he's always the last man standing.
He just didn't like the spotlight anymore. You know?
Yeah, maybe he was ready to move on.
Yeah, he does go ahead and takes down one member of Super News. If he could, I doubt he can.
Can you imagine the situation, like if this was real life, you're the autoloader that's out of bullets, rounds, because there's no bullets in these tanks, and you're the last man standing and people are hunting you down, and you're like, well, I can't do anything. It's got to be a terrible feeling.
Yeah, I would have to assume so. Anti-lock goes ahead, snipes that last kill, and again, very quick win for Super Noobs. That is 3-0 already.
Yeah, it was a bit of a harder fought win on the first game on Mines, but everything else has been, and that game ended up being clean.
Yeah.
Actually, realistically, at the end of it, but it's like just starting to really slide through to back-to-back victories now, and I think the Immortals are going to have some trouble versus the defense of Super Noobs. That's what I was really looking forward to see. I'm like, see those Conquerors, the IS-7's in a perfect place, IS-4, the 2 E100s there, 50B is going to be watching. 1390 is going to go, or the Conqueror is going to go check to see if there's 1390 up on the castle. Would not put it past Super Noobs to do something crazy and like invade the castle.
Yeah.
Or anything is really possible.
They
but I
just
think
kind
they're
of
going to play
seem to be on a roll right now, though. So whatever they decide to do, they'll stick with it. Like you said, very smart team, right? They come up with these strategies. They know that works, and they're able to execute them, and that's key.
The confidence that this team imbues is like incredible. Like I feel like I really want to know who's making the shots because I actually do not know. And that guy's probably just like, he's like in the chat right now. He's like talking to the other team captain. He's like, we're smarter than you, faster than you, better than you. We're luckier than you.
I don't think they're allowed. Are they allowed to chat to each other?
You know, I mean probably not in game.
Okay. Afterwards, they like get together, have a beer, and like duke it out.
Yeah, I mean, again, these two teams, I believe, based on what we've seen, are from Vietnam.
Yeah.
So like they might even live like really close by each other.
I'm actually going to go look that up right now as we are talking.
Because could be some rivalry here.
Yeah.
Actually, the star on the Super Noobs Dice logo. Dice, could be the same star that's on the Vietnamese flag. Because the Immortals actually have like the Vietnamese flag as part of their logo.
That's true.
And maybe this is like some, symbolism on the Super Noobs Dice logo with the S and the N and the star.
Okay, well, yeah, they are from Vietnam, most of the team, from what I can gather here on my handy little list of players. But yeah, like you said, they probably have played each other quite a bit, and Super Noobs just showing us that they are the superior Vietnamese team right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. It almost makes me wonder, I'm like, how were they not here last season? What did they really get that much better this quickly?
They used to be called the Wargaming Workers.
Wargaming Workers.
Yeah, apparently that's what they were.
Okay,
They used to be called. But yeah, it's interesting because we didn't see them in the Gold Series last season. And
that's a really interesting team name.
They've made their way up through the Silver Series, and here they are now. And they definitely are showing us that they belong here in the Gold Series.
Definitely. That's why I'm like, how did they get knocked into silver? That's the real question.
I don't know.
But, Immortals still going to stick into this. They've got a few more shots. Right now, Super Noobs needs to win 2 games back-to-back if they want to seal it out with that 5-0 prediction that a lot of people were predicting based on Super Noobs' performance on Monday.
Yep.
I really want to see Super Noobs versus Karen Tiger.
That would be so interesting to see, yeah.
Really want to see that.
All right, well, looks like a game is loaded, so we're going to go into game number 4 on Himmelsdorf. All right, guys, set number 4, Immortals versus Super Noobs. Super Noobs is up 3 games right now, but it is Immortals' chance to attack.
Tank lineup. So let's look at the Immortals first. They're going to run a 50B, 2 E100s, an IS-7, and an Object 140. The Catan, not sure about that one, man, and 2 Conquers. And on the side of the Super Noobs, they're only running 1 E100, 2 215Bs, and an IS-4 and an IS-7, and a 50B and a lightweight. The lightweight instead of the 1390, an interesting touch. It's going to run right into the courtyard.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go with Conquerors, but I guess not. Yeah, that lightweight right now, you can see Hien is going to go straight down the middle of that courtyard and see, but he's going to be faced with Hades. He's got an IS-7 right in front of him. There it is, but he is fast. He's going to be able to avoid that and move on.
Good attempt there by Hades. Good scout, though, more importantly, for Hien.
Yeah. Hien is sitting there in the courtyard and obviously letting his teammates know. Hades got shot at. Doesn't take any damage, though. There was no connect.
Not a single point of damage for either team. Slow playing it so far are the Immortals. No even push past the halfway point on the courtyard. And this looks like this is actually going to be the longer game we expected.
Yes. And Ironhide just keeping an eye out over by the castle side near the A6 capture point. You're right.
Yeah.
We are on Himmelsdorf. This is the longer game map.
Well, sometimes on this map, like there's just simply nothing happening. Except discussion. Like we can't see what's going on in the team house, like in the headsets. So like sometimes it's like people might be like, are they lagging? It's like no, they're actually like going, all right, this is the information we have. What's the best move? How should we reposition ourselves right now?
Right, everyone on TeamSpeak just kind of talking over each other. Yeah, it's a very slow game. Trying to. The Immortals are the ones who need to make some sort of move, but I think they're playing it very safe. They know that they're down 3 games at this point, and obviously they know how the Super Noobs play.
And this map was changed in such a... Well, this map was not changed. Like, the map itself is still exactly the same, but the format changed, so that made this map... It made the attacking team more flexible to where they didn't have to make such an aggressive choice early, because in the old days, we'd be at 430 right now. And it's like, uh-oh, we're kind of getting a bit short on time. Also, the tanks, because you can use bigger tanks. Sometimes the tanks are slower on a map like this, so the mobility is a bit limited. So we have these longer games with the format change. It's not like everyone figured out how to play better
Yeah.
or more careful. It's not like everyone got suddenly scared.
All right, but here we go. This is the 7-minute mark, which is going to be just about like the start of last season's game. So now that we are under 7 minutes, Immortals decide to do something. Sun is on the move. He's going to go past the castle over to the other side. But what he doesn't know right now is that NT-Lock is waiting for him at the base.
Yeah, and that could be disastrous if he walks down that. We need to actually get a shot of that because that's about to happen in a second. Meanwhile, Tom Hager, Reaper, and Rap, the trio, are up to no good, but Hien knows about it.
Yep, the sixth sense has gone off.
Let's listen to those engine sounds.
Yeah, Tom Hager's going to come on inside, see if he can take him down. Wow, that was very fast.
Meanwhile, Hades taking a ton of damage. I'm not sure from what source.
Yeah, we can't see where that's coming from. But Sunbow, maybe it's Sunbow attacking Hades, and
this is the reason why we see tanks go on the castle side early on with those autoloaders, because if you are in that central northern courtyard road, you're very exposed and you can't run away. And we very rarely see that situation actually happen, but that's the reason why. If you're ever wondering, like, I don't know why they go up there, they never get kills, they never do damage. Every now and then you catch someone like that and you get a free kill, and we just saw that happen.
we did, and Super Noob's already down 2 tanks. They have these 5. NT-Lock needs to be careful. Hades decides to chip him away just a little bit.
Not confident enough in his accuracy to actually challenge Hades here. If he connected all 4 shots, he would kill, but he's a bit timid,
If he
understandably.
did. Yeah, understandably, for sure. So NT-Lock's gonna play it a little safe. Tom Hager and Rap, again, and Reaper, this trio, up to no good.
Here we go.
Stick the Conqueror into the corner.
They formed a new rap group, Susie. They're actually all together. Ironhide, I mean, he's normally the immortal tank. I mean, look at this guy.
Oh,
look at his
wow.
positioning. But I don't think he's going to be able to outlast this much firepower. We'll see. Oh my god.
He is surrounded right now. There are 5 tanks around him, and Ironhide needs
And he's like,
to...
guys,
help me out
5v1
here.
over here. They're going to capture the base. He's like, I can only kill like almost all of them by myself, but I need some support.
Yeah, wow.
He did so much damage by himself.
He really did.
He actually just put Super Noobs into a hit point lead.
The Immortals, however, have 4 tanks in this base capture. And even though the Catan has gone down, it's still steadily going down. 10 seconds before base capture happens, Tom Hager's going to go up front to make sure that Reaper is safe.
I think that the thing is Reaper was not going to be able to be hit. The base capture will be reset, but Reaper's timer will not be reset.
Yeah.
I think Reaper is going to win this game for the Immortals.
Okay, well, 1 by 1, they have members dropping on the side. Reaper is still sitting there, completely full health.
They can't hit him? They just can't hit him? He's got 8 seconds left on his timer. Doesn't matter if Ricky hits anybody.
1, 0. And, oh, gosh.
Reaper's got 2 seconds left on his timer. And there you go.
There we go.
Immortals are going to win by base capture.
Ah, wow, we haven't seen a base capture win in quite a long time.
That was cool. That's how you take a small advantage and you really push the issue. You protect your Conqueror that's back there. That's one of the reasons why the Conquerors are used so much on this map, because they can fit in that corner.
Yeah.
You can protect them, and they can do decently in a fight as well. But it's not going to be a 5-0. As it turns out.
It turns out?
Maybe it'll come back in the works here for the Immortals.
Maybe. That's got to be a morale booster to go ahead and win that game. And now we're going to head into Prokhorovka.
There, you did it.
It's
that was like your best Prokhorovka ever.
It's obviously, if you guys don't know, it's another big open map. And so even though Mines and Himmelsdorf was close quarters, lots of terrain, lots of buildings to work with.
Gentlemen's battles, like stroking the mustache between autoloader rounds and things of that nature. Now things are going to get real.
I hope so. And on this, we have Super Noobs attacking first. We're going to have to see how this one pans out. Yeah, so a lot of people were thinking this was going to be the quick match, but Immortal's definitely holding their ground.
Yeah, holding their ground, being truly immortal versus the Super Noobs. It's been a long night. But as we go into this map, can you tell me the attacking side?
Yes,
first?
I told you, Super Noobs.
Okay, you
Super
already told
Noobs
me.
attack. It's okay, guys. It's quite late. I think it's like almost midnight now. It's past midnight for us here in Korea. And, you know, to be honest, these two teams are playing from Vietnam. They must be pretty tired too.
Yeah, it's late. You know, they've been waiting all night to play their last match of the night. They're like, oh, that game went to tiebreaker. Like, oh, I'm so tired. I can't believe that happened. I just wanted to win. I wanted to play my game. Now I'm more tired. My condition is affected. But yeah, I feel like the Super Noobs are playing better, but they did show some weakness in that last game on Himmelsdorf.
They did. Maybe they'll come back and be like, we showed vulnerability. We cannot do this anymore, and come play crazily. But you know what? On this next map, we can maybe see both teams kind of go head on. The map allows for it, so why not?
Yeah. Well, just looking at the lobby.
It looks like both teams are ready.
Yeah.
And it's just up to our observer now to click
press
start
go. Start battle.
Start battle.
Battle.
Now. By the way, I was a ravioli kind of girl.
Yeah?
Just wanted to let you know. I was never a spaghetti and meatballs kind of person.
Which one though? Which flavor?
No, you know what what's the little noodles with the beef in it?
Beefaroni?
Yes!
Yeah.
Beefaroni's the best.
See, I knew I'd find that. I knew I'd get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, beefaroni's the best. I was saving for game 3.
Beefaroni for me, like when my parents would buy ravioli, I would eat it sometimes after school if I had like come home from school early. Beefaroni was like good and I liked it a lot, but I always preferred ravioli. So like when all the ravioli cans were gone, I'd go home and be like, oh, only beefaroni. It's still fine.
No, beefaroni's the best, man. And on that note, game is loaded. We're gonna go ahead on to this next game. All right, guys, here we are, set number 5, Immortals versus Super Noobs. Super Noobs, 3 games. Immortals go ahead and take 1. But, yeah, we're going to have to see how things pan out. Super Noobs on the attack.
Alrighty. Tank list time. 3 object 140s apiece. A bat shat for Super Noobs, but on the other side of things, an FV215B for the Immortals. None for the Super Noobs. Okay, so that's the difference. Both teams running 2 E5s.
And 2 RU251s.
Yep.
Yep.
So no autoloader for the Immortals whatsoever. Which it's not a necessary you know, it's not the tank that you have to have on this map. It's just a stylistic choice in this case.
Yes. All right, so Immortals coming down the road to the west. They're just gonna all come down all together. Obviously, the RU251 a bit faster than his friends. He's gonna go ahead in front and see if he can scout a bit. But
so this game is pretty basic. This happens sometimes, but on the attacking side, if the defending side goes to the west and you go to the east, then you control the railroad tracks, you block the most like contested points, and then you start base capture and you force them to fight in a bad position. And a huge advantage to Super Noobs just simply by the Immortals' movements and their movements. Like, it was kind of a coincidence that they turned out to move this way.
It's interesting because this railroad track to the north and south, very elevated. It offers a lot of cover. But right in the middle where you can see the Super Noobs are hanging out.
It's like a crossing, you know?
Yeah, it's a crossing and it's very flat ground where the railroad tracks are. So this will allow them to be able to take better shots, but also not have good coverage. So it's interesting to see maybe Super Noobs want to go ahead and take the battle or have the battle come to them. Kong-san is going to sit in the base capture and start this timer. It's down to 82 seconds already.
Ooh, someone with an Object 140, I think it was Ironhide again from the north, like took a crazy good shot. It is Ironhide, actually, I can tell on the map now. The guy's like a sniper and a tank. Like, what roles can he not fill in a composition?
I haven't seen any SPGs, man, today.
Oh,
so
well,
maybe he can't do that.
I guess maybe he's got to learn that one.
All right, Hades takes a little bit. Base capture still continuing, down to 56 seconds here.
Suddenly it got like a bit foggy over there.
Ooh, Ironhide and Catan, they're going to meet here in the middle of the train tracks. Catan is the one who comes out damaged a little bit before they go their own ways. It's like they came and like swung a punch and now they're gonna walk away. Ooh, sticking NT lock into this base capture. That was very smart towards the end, and 3, 2, 1. It
Is
might
this
go
actually gonna
ahead. I
happen?
think it's going to happen. Super Noob sucks. You're going
was
to win
just like,
this.
I was just like sitting here in disbelief. Like, remember when I said at the beginning of the game, I said, well, it's very simple, guys. Okay, they went to the west and they went to the east. So they had the railroad tracks controlled, and they could just sit in the base capture. They don't just sit in the base capture and win. It forces the other team to engage. They have to maybe do a dive over the railroad tracks.
Happen.
But that was just like, did they forget that was going on? No, I mean, I'm kidding, but that was really clean.
That was really clean.
That was like a pacifist way of being like, all right, well, we are going to win this game. And the other team says, we will not fight you. And then
they just they weren't able to hit the tanks to reset it. They were in a position where I don't think they expected that second tank to jump on in there and get that base capture timer to hurry up and time out. That was quite interesting. Very clean play, yeah.
This puts Super Noobs on match point. 1 win away from that victory, and those 3 points they so strongly desire.
Absolutely. I mean, this puts them up in the. We're gonna have to look at the rankings in a little bit, but that put them up pretty high up there now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they're consistently just bopping these teams, like it's nothing, but like bopping them in like the most professional, like cutthroat, like also like efficient way.
The professional bop. I like that. It's that part of the night where we come up with these terminologies.
It's like that's how this is going to happen. But can the Immortals hold on? Can they bring us to Ruinberg, which could be the final map of the night? If they can hold on, one more map, we go there. If not, Super Noobs defends and closes it out. Now, I guarantee you, Super Noobs is not going to take all tanks to one side. They're going to bring their RU to the other side. If they run that tank again, which I think they will, they might run a T-54 lightweight instead, or even 2 T-54 mediums. But whichever they run, which will most likely be, again, the RU, I think, they're going to check with it. They're going to scout. They're going to see which way the Immortals are moving, and they're going to form up against it. They're not going to get caught with their pants down, unable to retaliate, unable to stop that capture point.
Yep. Well, it looks like Super Noobs are ready. We're just waiting on the Immortals to give us that R in the lobby chat, and then we can get going. I mean, Immortals definitely have a lot to think about, and they need to make sure that Super Noobs don't win this next game. Otherwise, that's it. End of series, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, last game, life on the line. The Immortals had I feel like a tough road their last season, but they ended up fighting their way to a high position. But so far, they haven't been so lucky this season.
All right. This is game number 2 on Prohorovka, and we're ready to get in there. All right, welcome back, guys, to what could be the last game of the evening, set number 6 between the Immortals and the Super Noobs. Super Noobs up 4 games. Immortals did take a map, and now they are going to be on the attack.
Yeah. All right, tank list time.
It looks pretty much similar from what we had last time.
The Immortals are running 2 E5s and 4 Object 140s in that RU-251, so not bringing any autoloaders, whereas the Super Noobs are bringing 2 215Bs, 3 140s, a Bashat, and an RU-251. Let's watch that RU-251. Look at the difference here. The RU-251 is checking very aggressively to see which direction the Immortals are going.
It's always Hien, you know, on that lightweight, on that RU-251, on
He's
the
like the guy on the
1390.
Yeah, he's the guy on the lighthouse. He's the guy in the courtyard.
He's everywhere. This guy has no fear, and he's just going to zip on by, see what he can find out. But it's always Hien.
Yeah. His role is solved. He knows exactly what he's doing.
And he's good at it. So, you know what? Let him continue doing that.
Okay.
Your Super Noobs are going to hang out in the little hut village again. Wow, look at that! Look how that finesse.
Yeah.
So nimble, that if you can call a tank nimble.
He's dodging tank rounds. So, with the E5s, it's a less nimble composition per se for the Immortals, but notice their timidness here. You know, they're not able to gain leverage, they're not able to gain a position. Whereas if you flip the sides and you look at what we saw last game, the Super Noobs were all over. They totally controlled base capture on point number 2. And now they control it again, and the Immortals are moving towards base capture point number 1, which is much more exposed than capture point number 2.
It is exposed.
Look at it, it's right there.
Right. And being that all the super noobs are at that part of the train tracks where the ground is flat, they can definitely take some shots over there.
Yeah, exactly. And they also have a 215B and an Object 140 to the north that can take shots at it.
So Immortals really need to figure out what is the best course of action here. Look at him, he's like, listen to me, I'm gonna make noise. Come here, guys. He goes all the way down to the train tracks.
He's like, I'm a train! I know you're not, Ian. You're just a really fast, really proficient Tier 8 RU-251.
All right, Tom Hager is going to sit in this bush and try to start this base capture in hopes that he's not found out.
He's definitely not rapping in that bush now because
he
wants to be stealthy. Now, I think that this is a good start because it's very difficult if you're taking blind shots into bushes while you're exposing yourself on the railroad tracks, even though this is one of the flatter parts. So I do like this start, and it could give an opportunity to the Immortals for a base capture.
Oh, Sunbow is just going to go ahead in, though. He's like, you know, I don't want this base capture to happen.
Ooh, the Catan exposed as well, and he takes a big shot. Many shots, in fact. He's being focused down off camera.
I don't even know where he is. Where is he?
He's behind. He's the other 140 to the back.
Okay.
Right behind the road, right over there. You see on the right side.
Yeah, Tom Hager and Hien. Hien is just gonna dance around here, see if he can take a shot, expose him, at least reset this base capture.
48 seconds to go.
Yep,
there
we go.
And now he's exposed. And where is he going to run? He's running into enemy territory.
Yes, he needs to not go that way. There are way too many super noob tanks. And yes, Sun is going to take some damage now. They're so exposed. There's really nothing to hide them.
Like, objectively speaking, and I don't like to talk this way most of the time, if you look at the way these two teams prepped their strategies for this map, the Super Noob strategy was better. Like, it covered the base, it controlled the zone. The strategy for the Immortals has been very slow-paced, which eats the time. By the time they get there, they're exposed. And now look at, they're just going to try to charge in here and take fights. They're going to try to kill Sunbow, which is a good choice, all things considered. They can actually surround him and focus him down. They need to focus fire. And Sunbow is so exposed right now, but they're so scared to cross over into enemy territory. Look at that focus fire.
Oh,
4 shots at once.
Perfect. That was, oh, wow, that was great. Reaper is not rapping at all.
No.
It's like a sad beatbox going on.
It's like a broken record.
How many analogies can we make? That is the name of the game. All right.
CD is scratched.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. The tape got pulled out of the tape cassette. All right.
Oh, goodness. All right. So right now, Sunbow does take a bit of damage, but right now, Immortals definitely...
They're being dominated.
They are being dominated. That's the word I was looking for.
This is out of control. They've allowed the Super Noobs to run rampant now on the defense. They're hunting them down. What we've seen so many times in this series is Super Noobs hunting and destroying the Immortals.
And they're doing such a good job of it. Hades goes down. Sunbow's like, next one is going to be Sun. Yep.
I feel like people get impatient against Super Noobs because they're just so good. Their positioning is so good. Their strategies are so smart.
And Rap is going to get blown up right here. Ricky is going to take his shot. Go, go, go.
There you have it.
Kian does it. Super Noobs go ahead and win this series 5-1. That was super well. It was just clean.
It was
right?
clean.
It was clean. It was well thought out. The great strategies and everything was executed perfectly.
Smartest team in the league. I'm just going to keep using that tagline for this team because they're so smart. They know exactly what they're doing. You see the difference in openings, and if you don't want to take my word for it, go back and watch those 2 games on Prokhorovka. Watch how the RU-251 is used, how it's used to get so much information on the side of Super Noobs, whereas on the side of Immortals, they kind of just winged it. Mm-hmm. They were wrong. It's just unfortunate how that kind of turns out.
All right, well, here are the results for the evening. We had match number 1 was Team Efficiency versus B Gaming. B Gaming wins that 5-1. Match 2 was Horseman versus B Gaming. Again, wow, in an extremely long series. Goes all the way to a tiebreaker, but B Gaming wins 5-4, gets those 2 points. And match number 3 was the Immortals versus the Super Noobs, 5-1.
A great day of matches. Really impressive play by B Gaming today, netting 5 points overall and beating Horsemen, beating Team Efficiency, also not an easy feat. And the Super Noobs will take home 3 points as well, so I'm really curious how the ranking is going to really be shaping up after this one.
Absolutely. Immortals, we came in here, we knew Super Noobs were going to be dominant, but I thought Immortals would give it a little bit more of a fight. But no, Super Noobs showing us that they are not noobs one more time. That was amazing. So let's go ahead and look at the rankings now, since all the teams, wow, yeah, EL Gaming.
EL Gaming and Karen Tiger.
Oh, no.
Super Noobs are coming. They're coming up. Number 3, Horsemen, number 4, and with the points that B Gaming gained today, those are their first 5 points. They got them all in one day, so they're also rising up the charts. And the Super Friends, the Immortals, and Team Efficiency down there at the bottom.
But we're starting to really see this ladder here. EL Gaming, we did expect it coming into this season that they would be number 1, but we haven't seen them play in a while. They've obviously played most of their games in the previous weeks. Then we had Karen Tigers at 13, Super Noobs right on their tail, and they are showing us that they deserve to be up there. You're right, I want to see Karen Tiger versus Super Noobs. That's
what I want to see, because I think that is actually going to tell us that whether we were right or wrong about Karen Tiger being number 2 in this league right now.
Yeah, Horseman with the 6 points, B Gaming 5 points today. Unfortunately, it wasn't 6 points due to the tiebreaker, but yeah, here is our rankings. And remember, we are only on day number 7.
Yeah, unfortunate for Horsemen as well, they weren't able to win that, at all, and they would have been up 2 more points if they had.
Yep. So all right, let's take a look at Monday's matchups. It's going to be Horsemen versus Team Efficiency. Then we have PvP Super Friends versus B Gaming. And then match 3 is Super Noobs versus
Super Friends. Oh, I was waiting for this moment for so long.
It's the Super Friends doubleheader for Monday, December 21st. That's going to be 8 o'clock UTC +8 or 9 o'clock if you are looking at KST. And yeah, it looks like an interesting day of games.
Certainly does.
The Super Noobs versus Super Friends. It's going to be really awesome.
It's going to be super.
It's going to be super. And you know what, guys? You can make that. It's almost like the holiday season. You can make that a drinking game and see how many times we say super. But I have a feeling you'll probably not last the entire.
Though.
Yeah, you won't last the entire.
Like set a
series.
limit, okay? Set a limit for yourself, and then just think it's really funny afterwards. So.
Anyway, thank you so much for watching today, guys. We will see you again on Monday. Have a good night.